occurred in the last, let's say, slightly more than 4 decades, about 4.5 decades, which encompasses the time since actually 3.5 decades, since I started watching and paying
Yo,
attention
test.
cataloging these near misses, which my first one, I believe, was 1989. It really caught my attention, and at that point, I began tracking the events of near flybys of asteroids and potentially pieces of comets.
Yo, test.
Talking about, and I think it's one of those things that when you start paying attention to it and realize
Yo, test.
the sheer numbers of these near misses and close flybys that have occurred, it becomes an issue that we should be
Test.
close attention to.
Behind.
But I'll let you make up your mind as we go through this. Like I said, this says here, close encounters.
Yo, test. That's pretty good. That's better. It's pretty good.
If you haven't seen the previous episode that has part 1, then I would suggest you go ahead and watch that now. So we're going to back up a slide so we can pick up where we left off. We left off with the Halloween asteroid of 2015 that occurred on October 31st. And very appropriately, it has a very demonic expression or look to it. It almost looks like a skull, as you can see from this blurry photograph here. And as it says here, the asteroid 215, TB145, was the biggest known object to pass so close to the Earth until another one of that size passes this close in 2027. And then I make a note down here and I say, of course, the key phrase is that there is no known object. Now, this is an important thing to keep in mind. This is October 31st, right? It makes its clear close passage, which you can see down here is 302,000 miles. It's just a little bit outside the orbit of the moon. But here's the thing. Until October 10th, the space agency didn't know the 2015 TB145 even existed. And at the time, more attention was on asteroid 2009 FD, which passed within about 4 million miles of Earth on October 29th, only 2 days before. Now looking at asteroid 2015 TB145, we see discovered October 10th. Its diameter estimated to be about 2,130 feet. Now that's about 650 meters. Its distance at close passage, 302,000 miles, as I mentioned. It's about 2,800 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object. That's, of course, just ballpark because you can see it's somewhat spherical. And this is assuming that the Tunguska object was somewhat spherical. But by using the formula for the volume of the sphere, we can, and idealizing these objects as spherical, we're not going to get exact numbers, obviously, but we're going to certainly get in the ballpark. All right? So this is about 2,800 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object. And if we scale up by energy release, then it would be about 2,800 times more energetic when it hit the Earth. And this would be large enough to definitely penetrate the atmosphere and strike the Earth itself, either on land or in the ocean. What we find out is that by just scaling and using Tunguska, and this is one reason I got into the Tunguska explanation in depth, was because I like to use the Tunguska object sort of as a yardstick, right? We have an actual area empirical data that we can use to determine the energy release, the size of the object, how much damage it did, and putting all of that together, we come up with the rough ballpark energy release of about 1,500,000 megatons of TNT. That is 15 megatons, and a megaton is billion tons of TNT, right? So I like to use that as a yardstick because another reason, and I pointed this out, I think, in one of the previous podcast episodes, that when you look at the square mile area of total devastation caused by the Tunguska explosion up in the atmosphere, it's about 820 square miles roughly. Now, if you take any urban area in the U.S., in the world, for example, Atlanta, near where we live, is a pretty sprawling urban area, and it's inside a perimeter highway around, it's called 285. The area inside 285 is roughly the same area as the area of destruction caused by the Tunguska cosmic object. You can apply that to almost any major city in the United States and get similar results. If you look at the perimeter interstate around Washington, D.C., you'll see it's roughly the same scale. So the Tunguska object, you can think of that as a city killer, a city buster. It's big enough that it's not going to cause regional destruction, or say on the size of a state, but it's going to cause destruction that could wipe out pretty much almost any city on Earth, okay? Or at least wipe out the core of the city and a lot of the outlying area. Again, about 825 square miles. It's just about, I think, 2,100 square kilometers if you think in terms of kilometers. So it makes a very useful yardstick for us to talk about impact events and their power, their energy release, and so on. So this one was about 2,800 times larger in volume than the Tunguska, and there is an element of conservatism in our speculations here because most of these asteroids are going to be several times denser at least than the Tunguska object. Well, that greater density, that greater mass and density of that object striking the Earth or the Earth's atmosphere carries a much greater kinetic punch, okay? So really, I think our estimates are scaling upward of energies released in impact is actually on the conservative side. So if we said 2,800 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object, and we assume that the Tunguska cosmic object is 15 megatons, this makes this an impact of this particular asteroid onto the Earth about 40,000 megatons, which is, you know, an order of magnitude beyond the entire nuclear arsenal of the nuclear nations. Okay, so it would be a bad day if this thing were to strike the Earth, and this would be, of course, large enough that it would penetrate the atmosphere. Unlike the smaller examples we've seen, like Chelyabinsk and Tunguska, they were not able to penetrate the full depth of the atmosphere, and that was functionally two things. It was the density of the object and the size of the object. The velocity of the object is also going to play a role, but it's going to be primarily the size of the object and the density of the object that determines whether or not it can fully penetrate the atmosphere and reach the surface of the planet. Okay, so now let's continue on. And on April 19th, 2017, a nearly 3-mile wide asteroid makes and it says relatively close call with the Earth. And relative is the key idea here. Now this was asteroid 3122 or 3122 Florence, discovered in March of 1981, and the date of the closest approach to Earth was September 1st in 2017. It was within 4.4 million miles, so that's plenty ways away. That's about 16 times the distance to the moon, so, obviously nothing to worry about. However, the thing that should cause us to pay attention to this is the size of it. It's 3 miles wide. So that makes it about 1,175,600 times larger than the Tunguska object. What would that mean in terms of an impact? Well, that would be just extraordinarily damaging and destructive. A 3-mile wide asteroid impact on the Earth, we could call that a civilization killer. And it would probably also cause a fairly widespread mass extinction, certainly within the region of major devastation. Species would survive, for example, on the other side of the planet, but a 3-mile wide asteroid striking the Earth, now you're looking at a whole host of secondary consequences and feedbacks. You're looking at widespread fires. You're looking at fallback breccia that's going to be igniting fires over a very large area. You're going to be looking at an enormous amount of soot and dust being injected into the atmosphere. So it would be a bad day on planet Earth for all concerned. Luckily, it was 4.4 million miles away. Okay. And we come back to this idea of, relative distances within the cosmic environment and what that may imply in terms of thinking about consequences of hypervelocity impacts, okay? Taking a little bit of a detour here to tell a story that I think is going to be valuable. I was coming down the stairs, and I think somebody just ahead of me had spilled a little bit. My foot had slid out from underneath, and I
Come
tumbled
on,
down
man.
the stairs to the bottom. I banged up my left knee. It was painful, but I was very relieved to remember that I dropped that
Oh, that was so bad.
I was really so that night I put some of the salve on, went to bed. Being in the construction and building industry, I've had many falls and injuries and stuff, and I figured I'm going to be laid up with this for a while. I drove home, I think it was 3 or 4 days later, continued applying the salve, and I would say, I was getting around. I always bring me away. I'm now, after this episode, I'm always going to salve. Now, April 19th, 2007, okay, so this is part of the same, this is another asteroid in 2004, JO 25th, discovered May 5th on 2014, and it's closest to the approach to April 19th, within 1.1 million miles, and it was a rotating, tumbling asteroid. Let me see, did I get the dates mixed up here a little bit? No. So this was the date of the article apparently. This was the date of closest approach. So this was September 1st. Okay, so actually this one should come next. But so then on May 5th, astronomers discovered 2014 JO25, and it made its closest approach to Earth on April 19th, 2017, within 1.1 million miles, which is about between 4 and 5 times the distance of the moon. And here's the object rolling and tumbling in space. Okay, October 12, 2017. Buzzworthy space rocks, asteroid hunters prep for near miss. So this is 2012 TC4, discovered on October 4th, 2012. And as I talked about last in part 1 of this, the discovery year is always the first part of the name given to the asteroid. So its diameter was 45 to 50 feet. Closest approach to Earth was 31,000 miles, which is really close. That's like within the range of geosynchronous satellites. Slightly smaller than Chelyabinsk. Now, when we talked about Chelyabinsk, there were about 7,000 buildings damaged. There was 1,500 injuries. To my knowledge, no one was killed. This was being slightly smaller. It could have certainly caused damage. And depending, now there's another factor. When you're getting here, you're right in that threshold of where you get from incredible aerial bursts with accompanying light show and all of that, or you are getting into surface damage. Now, with Chelyabinsk, which was estimated to be about 60 feet diameter, we got surface damage. At 30 feet in diameter, there'd probably be some spectacular effects. There'd probably be a boom and a shock wave, but surface damage would be minimal. But once we've doubled that size, get up to about 60 feet in diameter, we know from Chelyabinsk now that is enough to cause surface damage, and under some circumstances can probably cause fatalities. Just depending, the angle of approach has an effect too, because if it's a low, you can picture this, if you've got a low angle of approach, what that means is that it's having to pass through more atmosphere. So as it passes through more atmosphere, that's more friction, that's more compression that forms in front of the moving object. Whereas if it comes in at a very steep angle, you can see it's going through much less atmosphere. And so it's going to have a greater chance of penetrating the atmosphere and reaching the surface of the ground. Okay, this, something that's a diameter 50 feet, will not reach the surface of the ground. but it's going to create one heck of an explosion, that's for sure. And sonic booms. Right, so this is October 12th, 2017. Now, come forward. Now, I'm skipping. Bear in mind that I'm certainly not cataloging every near miss that has occurred every year or every month. I'm skipping over a lot of them. I just don't have time to count every one of them. I'm trying to make a point here, and that is that once you start paying attention to the larger environment, you're going to see that, yeah, it's much more active than anybody can imagine, even a few decades ago. Missed the asteroid until it was near the space rock has already passed harmlessly by, a large asteroid just zipped between Earth and the Moon. Now this one is pretty significant. Okay, 2019 OK is a near-Earth asteroid noted for its sudden surprise discovery on the day before its close flyby, June 29th. Okay. Let's go just look at some of these lithiums here on this as I'm talking about. Asteroid 2019 OK was discovered on July 24th, 2019. Notice your diameter, 330 feet. So you can do the calculations, and you'll see that it's 10 to 11 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object. Now let's assume that it's 10 times more energetic upon impact. And again, this is going to be conservative, right? So if we go 10 times and it's 15 megatons, then obviously we're at 150 megatons. So given that typical large nuclear weapons, hydrogen bombs that were deployed during the peak of the Cold War were about a megaton, you can see that this would be equivalent to about 150 hydrogen bombs if each bomb was 1 megaton each. So you can see this would be regionally devastating. Let's assume area. If we go 800 square miles for Tunguska, and then it's 10 times bigger, that means it's 8,000 square miles of damage and devastation. Now this thing, see, this would be a global event of no trivial significance. An event like this, caused by an impact of an object this size, could have major disruptions. I mean, because for one thing, it's going to affect the climate. Just like when we talked about Tunguska, one of the things I hope we learned from that is that there were enough climatic effects to show that even a hypervelocity impact of that local distribution would still have a global climatic signal and environmental signal, right? Now, if we go 10 times that, yeah,
it's too much. AI is too much, man. It's way too much.
Well, one could affect climate changes that could take a couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years to play out. And in that time, it could be that there is obstructions in the atmosphere that could cause cooling. There would be possibly all kinds of secondary consequences that could certainly disturb the equilibrium of global society for at least a few years. How would that manifest? I don't know, but...
Wait, who? That's impossible. That was a fucking ghost. That was a ghost that shot me. For real. It's a fucking ghost. Like, that was also bullshit.
Miles for the average distance to the moon, then you're looking at here, yes, this is much, 5 times greater. It's like 1/5 the distance to the moon, a little bit more than that. Okay, let's see what we got next here. July 25th, so this was the same, this was just a commentary on that asteroids' wise close approach illustrates the need for more eyes on the sky. Yes, it certainly does. That was one of the implications, and a lot of astronomers noted, well, look, we've got this thing.
So dumb.
It was big enough to have caused major damage. If this had come in and hit the Earth over an urban area, well, you'd have had a few million people instantly killed and a few more million at least injured and maimed. So this wouldn't be a little event. I mean, this would be on the scale of the greatest disasters that we could have recorded in history. Okay? So that's why. we see asteroid surprise close approach. Close approach illustrates the need for more eyes on the sky. So now we've got August 15th, 2019, coming forward from July. We've got just a month later, NASA asteroid tracker, 328-foot near-Earth object to zip by Earth, past Earth on Friday. Now this is asteroid 2019 PJ, discovered August 5th, 2019, diameter about 328 feet. And you can see down there, I've done the calculation, it's about 84 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object, and 84 times 15 megatons suggests a megaton explosion in the range of about 1,260. Now, of course, this is only ballpark. You might be talking about something from 1,000 megatons to 1,500 megatons. But this certainly, the idea is to just give you a ballpark idea. Now, given that this is 84 times larger than the TCO, the Tunguska cosmic object, again, we go 800 square miles damaged by Tunguska, and then this is 84 times bigger, right? It's not necessarily going to be a straight linear extrapolation upwards. There's going to be many other factors involved. One, for example, just the terrain, the lay of the land. Does this thing explode in the atmosphere, or does it reach the ground? And that's going to depend, again, on velocity. It's going to depend on angle of approach. It's going to depend on density. We know the size here. But here's the point. It would be extremely damaging. And it would be many times more damaging than the Tunguska. Now, can we just make a straightforward linear extrapolation and go 84 times 15 megatons? May get us into the ballpark. But
Pardon me.
once again, this is an event. This is an impact that would be...
Sorry about that. I won't be burping anymore.
Totally destructive over the area of a mid-sized U.S. state. Okay. So, Asteroid Watch 4, near-Earth objects to pass by in June. Do you remember? This was just last year. I mean, in 2020, June of 2020.
What?
Several large objects will be passing Earth in June. Just in case 2020 was bad enough already, on June 6th, 2020, asteroid near-Earth object 2020 LA will be whizzing past the Earth. Let's look at this one. This was a member of the Aten group asteroid. Now, what is that? Well, an Aten group asteroid, look down here at the bottom, you're going to see here that they're asteroids that have orbits that bring them into proximity with the Earth. In other words, they're Earth asteroids. Okay? Aten group, they're different than the Apollo, and the main thing that defines them is the fact that they are Earth crossing asteroids. Now, this thing has a diameter of 2,300 feet, so it's
just so fucking shit.
Around 3,500 times larger than the Tunguska. Near miss on June 6th, about a distance of 3.6 million miles. Okay. Now again, that's plenty of distance between us and this object. But again, 2,300 feet in diameter, that's, getting up in the vicinity of being half a mile. This would cause global consequences that would be severe. I'm going to pause for just a minute to talk about our partners over at Shippo. They save you a significant amount of headache in your day-to-day business. We sell a variety of geometry tools and models, like our beautiful atomic solids here at Goldeneye. When it comes to managing shipping, e-commerce, and returns, we've been using Shippo for over 4 years now, and we're very pleased with it. Shippo's interface is intuitive, primary order page is easy to navigate, and we have enjoyed stellar technical support. Shippo can help you with your needs. Please use the code below to partner with a great company while supporting our work here at Sierra Facility.
I can guarantee you the call center girl is not a gorgeous blonde woman. I can guarantee you that.
Depends on the secondary consequences. If there was enough, let's say it lands in the ocean, well, it's going to create gigantic tsunamis that are going to wash the coastal areas on all sides of whatever ocean it falls in. If it falls in the Atlantic, well, that's pretty much a goodbye east coast of the United States. How many fatalities would there be in a case like that? Hard to say, but it wouldn't be exaggerated to think that it could be in the hundreds of thousands if not millions. Okay, if it hit on land, well, there's going to be a whole series of secondary consequences, including dust injection, fires, and injection of soot, and all of this can cool the environment. And we know from I think we talked about in one of the early episodes of Squaring the Circle, the consequences of the eruption of Tambora in 1815, which led to the year without a summer in 1816. Now, if we were to, let's say by a factor of 10 or one order of magnitude, to increase the environmental consequences to encompass the effects of an impact of a half-mile diameter object or a half-kilometer object, well, we're looking at greater consequences than the Tambora eruption. So what does that mean? Well, it could mean that, yeah, you've got probably a million or a few million people killed either in the tsunamis or in the immediate effects of the blast. But then you're going to have a couple of years where you're going to have a cosmic winter and you're going to have widespread agricultural failures, likely on a global scale. And this is going to be followed by a famine. This is a very realistic possibility. You would then have famine in the wake of an event like this. That famine leading to malnutrition would then...
Oh my god, the grenades, man. Come on.
The compromising of one's immune systems, which then creates the conditions for
the grenades,
pestilence and diseases. So you can see there could be a whole series of cascading effects as a result of an impact like this. This needs to be considered and talked about, because we aren't talking about any of this. It's just not on. It seems to be on anybody's radar screen except for a small group, primarily of scientists, astronomers, who are witnessing and testifying to the extent to which our near-Earth cosmic environment is inhabited by potential impactors. So let's keep moving here. April 15th, 2020, Near-Earth asteroid 2020, GH2, very close encounter. Here's an image of the thing taken to 12th of April in 2020. Asteroid 2020 GH2, discovered in 2020, as you already know now, approximately 100 feet in diameter. Now, that puts it midway, like down here it says, roughly between Chelyabinsk and Tunguska in size, large enough to cause considerable damage at the surface. So this is the key. If it came in over an urban area, it would undoubtedly cause some number of fatalities. Remember, Chelyabinsk does not cause fatalities that we know of, at least that I don't know, unless there was some prolonged in the aftermath. But it didn't lead to any immediate fatalities caused by the explosion itself. However, if we go up from 60 feet to 100 feet, yeah, now we're within that realm where we could definitely be causing casualties, maybe hundreds, if not a few thousand. It all just depends. Is it going to be over a sparsely populated rural area, or is it going to be over a village? Now, is it going to be over a city? Here's the thing. If you're over a village where you've got, or a city where you've got a lot of buildings, let's say built out of stone or built out of concrete, and they haven't been properly engineered, for example, earthquake resistant, well, an area such as Tunguska or Chelyabinsk can certainly damage these buildings. Now, we know from earthquakes that a lot of the fatalities, they're not caused actually by the earthquake itself, they're caused by the collapse of buildings and people being trapped under the rubble and being destroyed in the collapse of the building. Same thing would apply to an impact event. Okay? So here, 100 feet, now 223,000, that's right at about the mean distance of the moon. Or, yeah, maybe closer to perigee, but it is just within the orbit of the moon. But moving it, look at this velocity. 62,500 miles per hour, which is 17.36 miles per second. This thing is moving. You understand that velocity, what that does to the kinetic energy?
Like, who shot me there? Like, that's so fucking dumb.
That's extraordinary. Think about that. 1001. In that passage of time, it's moved almost 18 miles through space. This is really fast. Okay? So let's see. Then we'll go up to April 24th, and we see that NASA's tracking a giant 750-foot asteroid traveling at 62,000 miles per hour in its orbit, and a huge space rock known as 2020 HW3, and measuring as much as 750 feet wide. Now that's big, right? 750 feet. Remember, Tunguska is about 150 feet, right? So it was discovered in 2020, diameter 750 feet, velocity 62,000, so it's in the same ballpark as what we just saw. Close passage on April 24th, 2020, safe distance of 4.8 million miles. So again, we're not seeing anything that's going to immediately threaten us. It did threaten us. So let's go to the next one. April 29th, 2020, radar views show big asteroid 1998 O2 tumbling in space ahead of Earth flyby. Asteroid 1998 OR2 discovered on July 24th, 1998. Look at its diameter, greater than a mile, possibly around 6,500 feet in diameter. Now, it's also moving. This seems to be a very typical speed at which these things are moving. Closest distance, 4 million miles, and its closest passage was on April 29th, 2020. It was about 80,000 times larger in terms of the volume of the thing than the Tunguska cosmic rocket. So at 80,000 times larger, can you imagine the consequences? This would be a civilization killer, absolutely, no question. It would probably be a mass extinction event as well, at least over vast swaths of the Earth's surface.
What
Yeah,
the
this is
fuck?
something that would take us decades or centuries, probably centuries, to recover from, if we were able to even recover from it. Because of just, it really boils down to, like I was talking about before, the secondary consequences, the feedbacks and so on. And so, then on August 16th, 2020, we have a small asteroid, only 20 feet, but it came within 1,800 miles of the surface of the Earth. Now, it's more likely that the really close ones are going to be smaller, and the really big ones are going to be farther away. Because for one thing, the smaller the object, more abundant data, right? But what we have to really take into account here is where this threshold is. The threshold between surface damage and just a spectacular light show in the upper atmosphere when the Earth encounters these things. Now 20 feet, no surface damage. Magnificent, explosive, mind-blowing light show, yes. Audio effects, yes. Sonic booms effects, yes. And at 1,830 miles, that's really close to the surface of the Earth. This happened on August 16th, like it says here, it's too small to cause surface damage. So this is about 1/3 the diameter of Challenger. All right, September 24th, 2020, a newly discovered asteroid will pass close to Earth on Thursday. This 20 to 30 feet, so again, too small, but within 13,000 miles of the Earth. That's very, very close as well. Now again, this would not cause surface damage. It could, here's the thing, it depends a lot on the density. If it fragments in the atmosphere, it's very possible that it could create a meteor shower that strikes the surface of the Earth. This is certainly a possibility, because we know this happens. If it's a lower density object, well, yeah, it's probably going to blow up like Tunguska did or Chelyabinsk. This is an asteroid, so it's going to be denser. Think of it this way. Think of Tunguska as a piece of ice. Think of an asteroid, a carbonaceous chondritic asteroid or a stony asteroid, about 3.5 times denser, the kind that you pick up in your two hands. You got an ice cube in one hand, a piece of ice, and a rock, like you would find typical sedimentary rock or something sitting next to a creek or river. Then when you get to the dense end of the continuum of cosmic objects, you're looking at something that's more like cast iron. And there's everything in between in terms of density. So density is going to play a big part on exactly and precisely what kind of surface consequences ensue upon encounter. Okay, so then let's come back up to November 14th, and we have this asteroid just skimmed Earth's atmosphere. 2020 SW was discovered November 14th. Look at this, date of close passage, November 13th. So it was actually not discovered until the day after it passed us. Now again, this is a
Oh,
smaller
it's so
object,
fast.
30
Come
to
on, baby.
36 feet.
I just
So
fucking really
it's
suck.
not something that's gonna
I suck at this video game.
fatalities or injuries or major significant surface destruction, unless now you had pieces of this. If this thing struck the ground, which if it's an asteroid, that's possible, and that could, depending on where it struck, how densely the area was populated, and so on, it's not out of the question that there could be fatalities. The distance during close passage was about 238 miles above the Earth's surface, so this is really close. Okay. So, this year 2020 was interesting. Record number of asteroids seen whizzing past the Earth in 2020. Despite the pandemic disruption, astronomers detected thousands of previously unknown near-Earth asteroids last year. And then we have, coming up in the following June of 2022, a blue whale-sized asteroid to screech past Earth in close encounters. On June 6th, the asteroid is predicted to miss Earth by more than 2 million miles. So again, it's at a safe distance, but you see, here's, I think the way we have to put that into kind of a perspective. Let's think about, most of our ancestors through a lot of Earth history lived in environments that kept them much closer to nature and much closer to the natural processes and systems, ecological dynamics that involve predator-prey relationships. Now, if you are finding yourself in a typical urban environment, as you would today, it's probably not likely that you're going to get stalked by a predator, such as a lion or a tiger or a bear or whatever, although it does happen, yes. Okay, now if you're living in an urban environment, the predators you may have to be more concerned with might be the human world. But, it's always a good idea, no matter whether you're in nature or in an urban environment, to take stock of your environment and to see what the potential threats might be. And if you're out in the wilderness, there are going to be real threats that you have to take into account. We are, of course, much more immune today from the kinds of threats that our ancestors would have been subjected to. But imagine if you're set down now, maybe with only primitive weapons in the sub-Saharan Africa. Let's say you're set down in the Serengeti Plain. Well, you're definitely going to have to deal with some predators, right? And the first thing you would do, if you have a survivor mentality, is you're going to take stock of your environment. And if you're climb a tree in order to get the larger view, and you look off in the distance on a ridge and you see a pride of lions, well, you're going to not necessarily freak out because you're about to get attacked, but you're going to take note of that, and you are going to consider the fact that there are, in fact, lions in your environment, and so you'd better be cautious, right? If you were set back down into the terminal ice age, you might take stock of your environment and realize that
game.
you're in North America, you might be dealing with the great North American cheetah, or the North American Pleistocene lion, or so a pack of dire wolves, or
What the fuck?
What else? Saber-toothed cats, the Arctodus, the giant short-faced bear. There was a lot of things that might potentially eat you. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to take stock of your environment, and hopefully you're going to assess the potential threats, not when they're on you about to devour you, but long before that, because you then maybe have some time to take whatever precautionary measures you need in order to minimize the chances of you getting eaten. Well, here's the thing. We're here now realizing that, we talked about the discovery of Sirius, the first asteroid, 1801. And that was the first one. Okay, so now we have a catalog of asteroids that included one asteroid. Well, within a few decades, it had grown to 4 asteroids. Well, as we come along, what we're discovering now is every day we're discovering new asteroids. Every week or month, we're realizing that there are asteroids flying through near-Earth space. Now, to this point, luckily, they have been relatively far away, at least the big ones that could cause global or widespread regional damage. However, what we're seeing, though, is this, that the cosmic environment in which our planet exists, in which we exist, is a much denser population of potential predators than anyone had imagined 50 years ago, right? Now, is this something that we can consider, can continue to blithely ignore, with the idea that this is so far removed from us, and it's so woo and so out there and so science fiction-y that it bears no direct ramifications for our own situation down here on the surface of this planet? I think that would be a fatal mistake to make that assumption. Well, let's just go a little further with this. The next one comes from March 25th of last year, a 200-foot asteroid. 2023, DZ2 passed closer than the moon. So it was up to 87 meters, actually, in diameter, which was 285 feet. Now, probable, kind of a mean in between those two is about 200.
What the fuck?
In any case, it's quite a bit larger than the Tunguska cosmic object. In fact, about 8 times
Lag
greater
of
volume.
need.
Maybe up to 10 times greater in volume, depending on what the actual diameter of the object is. Discovered in late February 2023, and then less than a month later, it zooms by the Earth closer than the moon. Now, if this thing had struck the Earth, yes, it would be very destructive. And using a straight line extrapolation from Tunguska, we could go times 8, and that would be the equivalent of a 120 megaton explosion. Now, that's enough to wipe out pretty much a mid-sized U.S. state. It would also have clearly discernible global consequences. And again, there's so many variables that we don't know exactly what the feedbacks would be, exactly what those secondary or tertiary consequences would be.
Like, come on, man.
At this scale,
Why don't you just go fuck yourself?
times greater impact energy than Tunguska. We're looking at clearly discernible global effects. Okay. Then we jump forward a few months, and June 25th, there was a house-sized asteroid, MU2, flying by the Earth at 2,000 miles per hour. Again, it was small enough that it wouldn't cause surface damage, but if it did enter the Earth's atmosphere, it would create one hell of a light shift. July 15th. Now this one, I realized that the global astronomical community has come up with a new yardstick for measuring the size of asteroids. I'm not sure if these are chickens all gathered in a bunch, or if they're lined up, nose, beak to tail. They weren't clear on that. But it's at about 25, I guess we could calculate this out. At 25 meters, which is close to 80 feet, that's the size of over 35 chickens. Okay, so diameter 60 to 90 feet, roughly the size of Chelyabinsk meteor, or somewhat larger. So we can then extrapolate from that and realize that if a town or village, let's say a town the size of Chelyabinsk, was attacked by 35 chickens, is that what this means? That there could be serious damage, 1,500 injuries, and maybe perhaps 7,000 buildings. I guess it depends on the size of the chickens. Now, are these ordinary chickens or are these mega chickens? Now, were these late Pleistocene chickens that were maybe 300 to 400 pounds each? I just don't know. They don't specify that. But I think we do need clarification on that matter. So anyways, what's the consequence of all this? What are the implications of all this? Well, perhaps it's time to start praying. Potentially hazardous asteroid to pass Earth on Sunday. Now this is July 16th, 2023. Diameter 910 feet. This is 2023 MG6, a stadium-sized asteroid. Now that is getting up there. 2023 MG6 has a diameter of approximately 271 meters, about the size of a stadium, and will swing by our neck of the woods at 23:37 South African time. It will also zip past as if it's late for work, moving at a relative velocity of 12.38 kilometers per second and a hyperbolic excess speed of 12.37 kilometers per second. In other words, the asteroid will be speeding past us at 44,564 kilometers per hour at a distance of 3.6 million kilometers. Now, 3.6 million is about, kilometers is about 2.2 million miles. So it's, again, at a safe distance. But here again, I want to emphasize, what we're seeing and realizing is that these objects are out there. They're all sizes. They're zipping by us all the time. Now the question is this. Have they been zipping by the Earth all along? But 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we just weren't seeing them. And now, of course, we have the technology to discover them and count them and catalog them. So in other words, has the distribution of these near misses through time been more or less uniform? We just weren't able to see what was going on? Or are these near misses increasing in frequency? I think that's a really important question, and we don't know the answer to it. But in any case, I think what we are seeing clearly should be causing us to stop for a minute, take a time out, and consider. Because on the one hand, maybe the potential of being impacted in the next few decades or so is remote enough that it's not a factor of concern at the present. But it also could be that it's a much bigger concern than we realize. And for one reason, even if the consequences, even if the probabilities of something happening of a cosmic impact, let's say on a yearly scale compared to a hurricane or an earthquake or a wildfire, is much lower, the consequences of an encounter, say with an object a few hundred feet to a few thousand feet in diameter, is many times greater than a hurricane or a
The slow pause. The slow pause.
Potentially. This is why we really need to be paying attention. And we aren't. We just aren't paying attention. Astronomers are seeing this, and they're going, well, it sure does look to us like we're a lot more vulnerable than we'd imagined a generation or two ago. And they're absolutely correct. We maybe not in actuality more vulnerable. We're just realizing that we're more vulnerable. Okay, let's look at a few more here. July of 2023.
It's too slow anyways.
A year ago, there was another near-miss asteroid, and the urgency of asteroid deflection. Can we stop them in time? That is a question that's finally starting to be raised in mainstream media. Somehow it doesn't seem to be filtering up, though, to our leaders, who should be looking at stuff like this, right? Because they're too preoccupied with all their other political gains and agendas that they're trying to push in their own particular, power gains that in control and domination of global resources, that they're just not paying attention to that wild card, that black swan event that could come in and completely disrupt and change the rules of the game for all concerned. And then here, good question. What astronomers learned from a near-Earth asteroid they never saw coming. No one spotted space rock
This fucking guy, dude.
until 2 days after it missed us. It was only 1/4 distance to the moon. It was about almost 200 feet in diameter. 2 1/3 times larger than the Tunguska cosmic object. Okay, this thing only 1/4 the distance to the moon with a slightly different trajectory. That could have been a direct impact. If that had been East Coast of the United States or Europe, let's go to the United States. We could be looking at several million casualties. It would completely overwhelm, for a short period of time, overwhelm our healthcare and our trauma centers dealing with something. It would also create enormous supply chain disruptions. Because for one thing, you'd have, try to imagine the destruction of a major hurricane, right? And one reason that recovery from a hurricane event can be facilitated and accelerated is because you have this surrounding infrastructure. You have a large ratio of intact infrastructure to just damaged infrastructure. So that's an important point to keep in mind. Anyways, if we have a large impact, you're going to have a much different ratio between intact infrastructure and damaged infrastructure. There is a point, there's a threshold, and we're going to talk about these ideas in coming episodes of Square Circle. There is sort of a threshold. There are boundary conditions where if you cross those boundaries, they are in effect tipping points, to use that term, that overused term, tipping points, where the ratio of damaged area to infrastructure, intact infrastructure, is so great that it is a very large challenge for the intact areas to respond to the extent of the devastation. I mean, because we could be looking in effect similar to World War II, where it took a decade or more for many of these economies, particularly of Europe, to recover from the damages caused by World War II. And then June 29th, 2024, we're coming up very close to our own time. A newly discovered asteroid larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza will zoom between Earth and the Moon on Saturday. This is 2024 MK4. As it says, it poses no particular risk to Earth, but it's just another, all right, heads up, people. These things are going on over your head, heads up. Look up to the sky once in a while and realize what's going on up there. It's not just an empty zone of complete inactivity. So these are 2 large asteroids this summer that came by, and this interestingly came by right after the Cosmic Summit, in which I talked about the potential of there being new near misses. I actually told everyone in the audience to pay attention. I don't know how many of them did, but I did actually tell them in the audience, pay attention, because we're going to have some more near misses in the near future, probably within the next month. And right almost as on cue, we had 2 large asteroid close approaches. Asteroid 2011 UL21. It had a 1-mile diameter, so again, that's a civilization killer. It also has a moonlet orbiting at a distance of 1.9 miles. Now that moonlet could be something on the size of Tunguska. Now the other one, asteroid 2024 MK, was within 184,000 miles, so it was a lot closer than 2011 UL21, but with a diameter of about 500 feet, that would be about 37 times larger than the Tunguska object. So there you're looking at an area of total devastation that again would be on the scale of, a mid-sized American state or a small European country. So the question, Ray, how many potentially dangerous asteroids nearly miss the Earth each year? Well, the answer is last year, Earth had more than 100 close encounters with large asteroids. What are the odds of a direct hit in the near future? And I make this comment. The more we learn about our cosmic environment, the more we must reconsider and reevaluate the probabilities of a hypervelocity impact event, potentially with regional and global consequences. So this, I think, is just, it's time, and I'm afraid what it's going to take is another Tunguska type event to get people, shock people out of their somnambulance and realize, hey, we are, whether we like it or not, part of a much larger cosmic environment, and that cosmic environment has a very powerful role to play in everything that happens down here below on the surface of this planet. So, in conclusion, I think we'll say this. What astronomers now find alarming is that the asteroid MN4, now appropriately dubbed Apophis, will be passing so close to the Earth, now this is in 2029, will be passing so close to Earth that our gravitational pull may affect the asteroid's orbital path, making its return flyby in 2036 unpredictable. Much like the proposed and bureaucratically stalled Indian Ocean tsunami early warning system that would have saved untold thousands of lives, astronomers in the near-Earth object research face the same lack of pre-disaster support despite growing and ample evidence. One reason is that the authorities have a tough enough time balancing budgets without extending taxpayer funds to hunt for long odds objects in space, no matter how short those odds seem to get. Does it get much shorter than 5 minutes? Now what is this referring to? Well, this. This is not even enough time for a shower. The difference between life and death for millions on July 13th, 2029. The closing velocity of an incoming asteroid is about 12.6 kilometers per second. And if it were to cross the Earth's orbit, a near-miss distance in thousands of kilometers would translate into a mere...
Yo, Illinois Dust, what's up, brother?
Okay, this is something...
What's up, my man? I appreciate you, buddy.
Could have caused a catastrophe.
Appreciate you, my dude.
The Asian tsunami seemed like a walk in the park.
Smooth run, thanks, brother.
Sky doomsday type speculation, but
yeah, we're improving our consistency, which is nice. We just need the RNG to cooperate a little bit. What's up, man? Thanks, brother.
Just over half the Earth's radius. Worst case, inner edge of the predicted eclipse. Or in more frightening terms, under 5 minutes away. Now this is coming up, this is in our future. Now, it's not going to, Apophis is not going to strike in 2029 on July 13th, but it's going to come very, very close. That close passage is going to deflect it in its orbit. That deflection could possibly be in the direction of becoming even closer to Earth on the next time around, which will be in 2036. Now, what does that mean? Well, we're going to pick up this conversation in the next episode. So we're not going to get into that right now because we've sort of gone beyond our limits for this episode. But we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to be looking at the implications of this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start looking at the evidence that would confirm whether or not recent planetary history, which encompasses the history of civilization on Earth, whether there is evidence that there have been impacts with some frequency, relative frequency, that would be of major implications for the historical narrative, whether or not impacts such as that have actually occurred, let's say, within the Holocene, the last 11,600 years. So that's what we're going to look at next. We're going to ask this question. Okay, we know that there have been major earthquakes in Earth history that have affected the course of life on Earth. Did I say earthquakes? I meant impacts. Hypervelocity impacts in Earth's history that have affected the course of life on Earth. That caused mass extinctions, speciations, which in itself is worthy of investigation, particularly to understand what triggers the rapid recovery in the aftermath of a global catastrophe. Then We're going to go from the big view, we're going to hone in on the Holocene, and we're going to ask this question. Is there evidence that past civilizations have been dramatically affected, if not even destroyed altogether, by cosmic influence? And that's where we're going to be going in this discussion. So I hope you hang in there, join us for this, learn about this, to me, very important issue that is not getting the kind of attention that it warrants. And we're going to try to remedy that through this Growing with the Circle podcast. So I look forward to seeing you in the next episode. And by the way, we're going to have a number of interesting interviews. We're going to have interviews coming up with interesting people that are doing cutting edge work that we think is going to contribute to creating a better civilization, a more peaceful civilization on the earth. And the last thing I will say here is that we saw the comment from a few slides ago that the question was about the lack of funds for what was referred to as the bureaucratically stalled Indian Ocean tsunami, which would have saved hundreds of thousands of lives potentially, right? Well, we're sort of in that same conundrum right now. And so we continue to spend billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on preparing for warfare with each other, when it may turn out that cosmic predators are breathing down our necks, and we really need to be getting our act together as a species on this planet and figuring out how we're going to preserve not only the civilization that we've built upon this planet, but also provide some kind of long-term environmental stability. And that's where we're going to leave it for this episode, and I look forward to seeing you in the next episode of Squaring the Circle. Thank you for joining.
I don't have any form of identification, no driver's license, no ID, nothing.
Good evening.
I forgot to do our applause. It makes it so here. Where's our
We'll re-come into the room. There we go.
There we go.
Welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Perfect. Hey, Hannah, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. It's a wild week. It's been a wild few weeks, and there's going to get more exciting. There's so much happening, which we're going to get into it. We're gonna do all the updates in this little live stream. But I'm well. How are you? Happy birthday, bro.
Oh, thank you, and happy birthday to you as well. We have so Johanna, your birthday was what, on Wednesday? And mine was on Friday.
Yeah, we have birthdays 48 hours apart, which is great because every year we get to do a birthday stream. So
yep. Yeah, everybody leave a comment if you guys were here for last year's birthday stream. We've been doing this show for a little while.
Yeah, over a year. So yeah.
It's going by fast. Hey, have you done something? You look different. Have you done something to like new makeup routine, new hair?
It might be what I'm wearing, sir.
Oh,
it might be my new hat.
Very similar to
Oh, snap. Yeah.
We've been talking about doing this for quite a while.
We've been in the design department for a while.
We've been in the design phase for a while, but I'm so
check everything was quality good, and we approved it and we would love it and we would buy it ourselves. So everything that we've approved of is now going to be live, but I cannot get over how cool that is.
Yeah, it's so cool. It looks just like it's embroidered and it's the highest quality. We went with a company called Fourth Wall. You know, a lot of YouTubers, I think, you know, typically the standard is like Teespring. But Teespring, there can be some issues or whatever. So we went with, this is like a premium company. This is as good as it gets for what we do. It's called Fourth Wall. Very, very nice stuff. And so we went through a bunch of different designs, a bunch of different companies, picked the right one. And like Johanna said, we wanted to make merch that we would actually wear ourselves. And I couldn't be happier with the way it all came out. And so Johanna's going to be getting the hoodie here pretty soon, maybe like today or tomorrow.
So I tested, obviously it's interesting because I'm over here in the UK and you're in America. I ordered the cap and I ordered the hoodie. I think they were sent from many different warehouses. I got this in 48 hours. It was so quick. The hoodie is coming from a warehouse in America, so it's taken a little bit longer, but I can track it every day. I know exactly where it is, and it's literally, I think it's arriving tomorrow, but we didn't want to delay doing the live stream and like launching it. But yeah, so literally probably tomorrow I'll be getting the hoodie and living in it because I bought an extra large so that I could live in it when I need to.
And then the other thing that was probably, I think it was the very first idea that Johanna came up with that we haven't gotten in yet is the tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great idea. But it's just that, well, if you want to explain it.
Well, yeah, I saw it was at Cosmic Summit last year, and one of the speakers, Paul, was wearing a hat that said tinfoil on it, and I was like, I want one.
Oh, that's where it came from. That's fun.
That's where it came from, but I said, where did you get that? And he didn't. I didn't give me anything. I didn't know where to buy one, so I was like, we should make one, and I thought that's great because one of the running themes of all of the merch, or a lot of the merch, is that it's kind of an in joke or an in pub. So yeah, the idea of having a tinfoil hat, a literal tinfoil hat, amazing. And the whole idea of the Raiders University, it's a fake university that.
I don't know. I might play another maybe 45 minutes, maybe less. I don't know. I gotta see.
All you have to do is buy a bit of the merch, and you'll automatically enroll into the university.
That's right.
You can all learn to.
And Dan and I were talking.
Oh man.
Maybe there's on checkout you can leave a notes, and just tell us your name or username or whatever you want, and then in the description of all the shows in the future, and then at some point we're gonna make an outro for this. So rather than just closing down, there'll be an outro that wraps us up, and they'll have a list of all the students enrolled in Raiders University, so you can have your name on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, if you guys didn't realize, obviously everyone here is like joining us live because we do this live joining through our YouTube. But we've actually organized a proper channel on Spotify for Raiders of the Past podcast, which has all of the video and audio. And we're currently uploading the backlog of the last year. But very quickly, that's going to update so that you can also watch us and find us on Spotify if that's what you prefer to watch us. So we are like very slowly becoming a professional pod, but it's chill. We're doing it in our own time.
Yeah, and I think that was something else I was thinking is we've been talking forever about getting on a regular schedule, but our lives have just been kind of turned upside down this year for both of us.
Yeah,
And
it's wild.
what I was thinking that maybe we do is Hannah and I get together and we decide specific dates ahead of time, and then we put out something that's like, these are the dates and times for US and UK that the show will be on. So, we try to do it once a month, get together and talk. It's not always like the first Monday or the first Sunday. It kind of ends up being when she and I can get together. So maybe what we'll do is we'll put out a schedule ahead of time that you can always reference back to. So.
So actually, it's officially live as of now. The website's live. You can find either through Luke's YouTube channel or my YouTube channel, either one. I'm gonna try and link it to my TikTok. Are you linking to your TikTok as well?
Maybe I just don't use my TikTok.
You're not a TikTok. Okay, I do a lot of ancient history stuff on TikTok. So if I can work out how to do that. I got someone saying tinfoil hat goes hard. Yes, it does.
I can't wait to get that.
And I can recommend the hats from Fourth Wall it's really good quality. I'm quite particular with my hats. Like, they have to be a certain shape, they have to be quite good quality. And the inspiration behind this whole
Oh, come on.
it was...
Please, why is it so laggy?
Yeah.
Inspired by...
What was it inspired by? I can't remember. Do you remember?
A certain director.
Oh,
It's too fucking just shit, man. It's just like, it can never be perfect.
Because on every movie, Steven Spielberg has like a branded merch hat to whatever he's doing, and so he can like emulate the late great. He's still here. Emulate the greatest. Oh no, my dogs. No. Lie down. He's getting way too excited about the match.
yeah. That just goes to show you guys how long we've been working on this. I forgot where I got the idea.
He's not even got the origins of it.
6 months. Just talking about this going back to you had Raiders University for quite a long time now. But I just couldn't be happier with it.
It's just too dumb, man.
And like you were saying about it being inside jokes and stuff, or about it being, kind of in on it. Johanna and I didn't want to do anything where it was like the logo of the show.
Or our faces or anything. Or
Yeah. I don't care about somebody walking around with my logo or my face or me or anything. I just want it to be like, if you're in the club, you're in the club, and if you just on the off chance you happen to see somebody with one of these shirts, you would both know where that came from.
And stay eyes peeled because the next round of merch that we're still finalizing is more in-joke club stuff. It's more fun than in-jokes. So if you know, you know. Thanks.
Yeah, so, anyways, that's us plugging the merch line. We're really happy to get this out. But Johanna,
Okay, how? No one's there. No one's there.
Well, most people who are like following, or it's your first time here, and maybe you don't know, but I am literally about to have a baby. And my plan for this whole year was I was going to be so organized and I was going to like remake so much content so that everybody would have regular videos and nobody would notice that I'd even slipped off to have a baby. It didn't work out like that because my whole pregnancy has been one huge shit show, and I've been sick the entire time, and I was bedbound for like many months. So I've fallen off a lot of the content bandwagon. I've done a lot more. I've been able to make TikToks a lot more than YouTube because they're quicker and I can sort of take breaks and run it out again.
Yo, what's up, brother?
The baby is coming earlier.
My only guy with a quicker double time than SA. I don't know, my dude. I don't know, my friend.
So
What's up, Mike?
it's not just gonna be our birthdays.
Mike 1109. Thank you, bro. I don't know, my man.
So yeah, it's all kicking off.
Maybe.
It's
What's up, man? Thanks, buddy.
I already know it's about.
Thanks, buddy.
It's not a pretty boy. I can see in the comments people are going, "Look at the boy, a girl." It's definitely a girl. And
Aw, thanks, man. It's okay. It's
so right now
it's okay.
like
It can be way better.
stations go.
It's pretty sloppy, pretty shitty, pretty safe strats. I gotta be riskier.
Is everything? Have you got it?
I don't know. I'm trying. I'm just seeing what it gives me. I'm trying some no body armor, maybe. I'm gonna try some no body armor runs if I have some nice.
How do you feel mentally?
If I have some nice health. Such a cool level. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks,
It
man.
already has.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the comment. I really appreciate that. That's really nice, man. Yeah, this level's amazing. It's amazing. And I like the challenge of the guards, the shooting.
Give you a kid and then go, good luck with that. So,
Definitely have the best guards in the game, I think.
And yeah, it's very crazy. And I wish
Whatever it gives me, honestly.
absolutely get a tip for her when she's ready.
I'm seeing how much health I have.
We have the ability on football.
I still have a lot of play to. I have a lot of room to see what I want to do in terms of time.
Because I got vanity cool stuff in the nursery. There's nothing. I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find any.
So I mean, I'm trying different things. I'm trying the juke drone. I'm trying the
Baby stuff.
crouch behind the box.
And if anybody,
Thanks, man.
if anybody has babies,
I'm trying the
put something up on the store.
traditional body armor through the.
Yeah. Maybe she can do the merch. But, yeah, so excited, terrified.
Through the drones.
You know, all of it. Never done it before. But
I don't know though.
we got a dog 5 years ago, and I think that a dog is the good first step.
I think I'm just procrastinating. I really should try the crouch glass, but
So here we go.
crouch glass is just so inconsistent. It's too inconsistent for me, and I'm too
I
inconsistent.
know, I just thought, I mean, like, I guess, we
So I'm
will-
trying to go for more tangible things,
So it's not a secret, but I can
even though it's not
to the
the fastest.
because you guys will get it. We decided to call her Atlas after
If no body armor is tangible. I survived, dude. I survived a juke
You're gonna be such a
drone,
Oh, baby Atlas.
no body armor on 00 run, but I
We'll have to wait, yeah. Well,
shot the guards in the
the good news is I'm not
dark room, and the time was 1:45.
we work online, and that doesn't stop, so
But I survived a juke, no body armor, 00 run, which is pretty crazy.
then I'm gonna have to just work out how to do my life.
I was
and
shocked when I
use,
saw it
like,
was
get back
fucking
and,
1:45 though.
just doing that alongside being a mom, just adding it on.
Yeah, just throw it on fire. Are you allowed to talk about any?
I almost uploaded it to YouTube. I still have the run. It's pretty hilarious.
Well, you have that whole other project, but if we can't talk about that,
Wait. Oh,
one that has nothing to do with ancient Israel.
oh, the other podcast.
Thanks,
Okay.
brother.
Yeah, so, just because, 5 years ago, anything
I don't know though, man. I mean, I'm not a big SA and A fan. I'm not a big secret agent and agent fan, right? Like,
And I have a comedy partner, Sophie, and together we did loads of like.
so I mean, I can definitely lower my SA, but I just
That was called Dear Mr. Nicholson.
I just don't watch it.
Still find it on Spotify. And recently it was picked up by some podcast producers, and they Snickety isn't really probably for the audience. That Raiders is, they're two separate entities. But
I don't know. I mean, we may have a lot of
bit of a crossover.
And for
Weirdly, I
SA,
feel
you gotta
like,
do like crazy
when I started
strats
doing
now.
history stuff, I thought
Probably
more
crouch glass. If I were to actually like play SA again, like actually,
slapstick comedy characters.
I might try
Everybody
like
stayed,
crouch
and
glass or
more people
something,
turned up because they loved the ancient history stuff.
or
So,
no body armor
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, what was the? I don't know if we were talking about this. So.
But I mean,
you
I'm
started
not.
doing
It's not my.
comedy,
It's not my bag, you know.
Where did the impetus for enjoying ancient history start? How did it? I mean, do you remember where your mind was like awoken to the ancient world?
Oh yeah, it was literally in the pandemic. That's now. And I've loved ancient history, always loved it, but it was in the pandemic when I had more time to Google things and fall down, and it was literally Joe Rogan, and that's how I came across Ryan Carlson and Graham Hancock. I hadn't heard them before; they had come into my sphere, and Jimmy from Brightside. It was his sort of Atlantis theory. It hooked me.
The ace stuck.
Hours and hours and hours researching in the pandemic. And there we are. And that's how. And then I just got hooked. And I think once you
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you being here, man.
start to look at all of the weird mysteries and questions and holes in the history world, I don't think you can like turn away from it again and be bothered. It's so addictive, and it keeps more stuff. It's Graham Hancock was completely right. Stuff just keeps getting older. They keep finding things and more interesting things. They find more hominids of humans that are
Come on.
like added to the family tree. There's now like
No.
guaranteed there's like a definitive 7 types of different humans, all around the same time, all cross interbreeding.
Please.
Like the dragon man, I think maybe the 7th one that's been added to it, or something. But
So yeah, man. I mean, like I've been trying force stuck, trying to get to do no body armor run, right? Like Goose is 135.
place to arena to be in, and you get to meet really cool people.
That seems like probably the most,
Everyone around here that's following the channel.
or the drone juke.
What are you looking forward to making videos and stuff on once you
Either one seems like the most tangible for me right now.
get past the whole pregnancy and everything and you're back into it?
Once I stop feeling violently sick and I feel like myself again, but then I can like actually move and travel around. Like I'm really restricted in where I can go, how much I can, like even like things like reading can make me feel really sick. So I've been really limited on how much I can research. But I'm really excited about stuff that's going on.
My dark room on my 138 was pretty shit.
With Hawara. I'm excited to
I went,
follow the,
like,
Matt Beale's
it can be
stuff
way better.
from the Limitless podcast because he's funding the exploration of the pyramid void.
But I mean, just the consistency is so low.
Whenever they finally actually
Trying to get whatever dark room I can.
It's gonna be November. I'm trying. I'm trying to sync up my schedule to be there for it. But it's tough because they had it set for November,
Thanks, man.
and then Zaki announced that it's gonna go back to like March at least.
There's
But
always a delay in Egypt, always, but
yeah. So it's kind of
Big Mike.
tough. I don't see. I don't know because Zaki was just so it was like up until he did the thing on Tears. Now the thing is, Zaki doesn't technically, whether or not I'm speaking technically, not literally, but technically he's not supposed to have.
Go rewatch. Oh, thanks, man. No worries.
he's not
If you want to.
He's minister anymore. He got
But
Only if you want to, my friend.
in a little
Yeah, like the dark room, it was. I just.
obviously he's still a big deal and like
I go.
Egypt.
I go wide. It's a natural stuck,
But it was like
but
had
I.
an appearance on Piers Morgan.
I go right. I go to the right to pass away the guards,
Going to explore
and then I kind of go long into the corner, into the right
some
corner.
of the guys that are working in Britain and some of the guys in Egypt are now saying that they're looking for methods.
And the exhaust bay, I had to realign
Maybe not.
the shot at the console, so I lost like half a second there, if not more.
May not have to drill at all. Which
Holy
means
shit.
it's possible that there's no camera going in it at all. Which is, I don't know, a lot of people are going to be very discontented.
Like, it could be a
Probably
lot
including
better.
me, you know what I mean? You find a giant void in the Great Pyramid, send a damn camera.
But who knows? Maybe it was a high one. I think it was a high 138. So I fear having a much cleaner run, and it'll be like 138 again. I really fear that a lot.
We've got, this is why we do this live, so you guys can help us and chat to us as well. But Black Tie just said non-invasive
Come on,
is
man.
the word, the phrase.
I know that feeling. Yeah, really.
Non-invasive exploration isn't the best. However, when it comes down to like category,
But you never know until you try, right?
stamping the matter of fact of what it is, really we need to see. Because I do trust that scanning.
And the essay, I mean, I don't know.
Things like that. Because you can get a very, very good picture, but there's just nothing.
I don't, to be honest.
So it would be very useful. I think it would be.
I mean, I will eventually one day in the future, but I mean, it's like,
Slab of pyramid, just for the fundamental
I don't know, man.
understanding of what the hell is inside, because we really don't.
It's like playing Mario Kart.
And it makes
100
sense. It makes
cc.
more sense that
Like,
the
why?
pyramid is full of voids
Why would
and
anyone do that?
shapes and passages and things, because they are so big. It's
Or
almost a
like
joke.
playing Mario Kart like 50 cc. Like, why?
I hope that there's something.
Never heard that analogy?
I don't know
Yeah,
why
man, it's like fucking.
it's not,
It's like bringing a fucking
I'm 50,
a Pinto to the racetrack. It's like, why would you do that?
50% chance there's going to be
Yeah,
literally
but fuck it, we're like,
50% chance that there's going to be anything. Whether it's, some void with, left.
and I mean, time is just so valuable.
Just anything at all. I hope
So you're on this triumph today? Yeah, really. I don't know. I mean, it's. I'm not saying.
So here's the thing. Is obviously
I'm not saying that like essay and agent are not intercourse. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, I don't know.
chamber is in fact like the burial place of a pharaoh, and the fact that the void is higher up than the king's
I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I'm just saying. I like.
queen's chamber. They were
It's
like,
just.
oh, this is the pharaoh's chamber, and then they were like, no, there's another one, and so then
I
they
don't
had
know.
to sort of like backtrack and work out why there are two chambers.
And I mean, I understand.
And somebody came up with
You can max out every level, right? I understand that.
big enough it wasn't right.
That makes it interesting. You get like 60 maxed levels, but
And so that they finished the
As far as
queen's
we know.
Yeah, as far as we know. But then you can't categorically, if the king's chamber is supposed to be the burial thing, then why are you putting a massive void after you've completed? You can't tell me that they're like three times of them going, nope, it's not big enough, it's not correct. I don't believe that narrative.
yeah, like Scotty AV says, he says some people like to play on hardcore mode, and I mean, yeah, of course, like legendary, like Halo.
Masterful, and they're
Like when I play through a game, I always play on the hardest difficulty
so I do
at the start because that's how you like
by mistake or
that's the experience. You know what I mean?
I think that
You think there's going to be anything here?
Like Halo 1, I played Legendary at the start. I've never played anything below Legendary in Halo 1. Halo 1's amazing. Probably one of the best first-person, one of the best games I've ever played, specifically because you start at the hardest difficulty, right? And you fucking, you learn and you grow with that.
It makes sense to me that if there was if they weren't originally built to be tombs, and were later used as burial sites for other people, I don't know why there would be stuff. Why would you put junk in there if it's got some sort of functional use in there? There
I
wouldn't
have
be.
no idea.
Maybe I'm thinking chemical residue, like the Queen's Chamber, which was full of 2 inches of salt. Originally, when they went in there, they've removed and they've scraped off. It's like, dude, there was so much forensic evidence in there, and chemical evidence. That stuff that was, it's part. You've just taken a major piece out of the puzzle of the pyramid. The Queen's Chamber had thick residue of salt. And
Yeah, the
scraped
first
away.
archaeologists and explorers all around the world just decimated archaeological sites. Like they just did not realize what they were doing, and they thought that, oh, well, this is all this muck that's all over these walls, we can move this, without realizing that like how much that can actually tell you later on about, they just don't have the technology to perceive the fact that they're, ruining the data.
I mean, I like essay. I like challenging things on essay. I like Bunker One essay. That one's really good. Right, as long as obviously every level is a challenge. Obviously.
We actually have evidence that would pass like in a court of law. We know that they're called granite boxes or granite containers. That's what we know for sure because there hasn't been the bodies found in them. But what has been found in
Villa Secret Agent is sick too.
Is again a chemical residue.
Even Pelagic 2 essay is okay.
Like basically a load of goo.
Double O is better.
Found in the pyramid.
But with Double O, you gotta deal with the fucking scientist RNG.
Nobody can visit it now. Maybe if anyone can jump in. It appeared in a movie in the 1960s, and then after the 1960s, Egypt built an army base literally over the premises of the remains of this pyramid.
What else? Secret Agent is good.
Fallen away. It's not there anymore. They've just got ground level and down. And
Is it the Black Pyramid?
nope, not Black Pyramid.
It's not out at Dashur, or is it at Saqqara?
I did a video on it. It was a few years ago. The reason why this pyramid is one of my fave pits of ancient pyramid is that the sarcophagus was the only rectangular one found in Egypt. It was like it looked like an oval bathtub, granite oval bathtub, and it also was placed into the floor. So it was a granite. It was like submerged into the floor. And when they found it and dug all the trash out and like excavated it in the 1800s, there are some photos of it. They pried open the lid, and the lid had been like fused shut with some sort of lime wash. They fused the lids shut, and they were sure they were going to find the first pharaoh inside a sarcophagus. They were like, no one's opened this, since antiquity. And they cracked it open, and then they recorded in the 1800s, maybe it could be true, couldn't make that up, that inside this sarcophagus tub, granite tub, was this like a gooey residue, substance of some kind.
And no body in it.
No body, just a substance. But obviously they didn't have like the forensic tools back then to work out exactly what it was. And I think in the process of cleaning up the site, it's gone. But it was recorded that was what was found. I've got to find out. Let's have a look.
When I was in high school, there was a black granite sarcophagus that was discovered underneath modern day Cairo during construction of a building, or they leveled some kind of building and they found it underneath there. And I remember people talking about how if they open it up, everyone's joking, if they open up this sarcophagus, it's going to be the end of the world because they're going to release some mummy curse on the rest of the world or whatever. But I remember, I must have been 15 or 16, seeing a video or seeing a photo of them open up the giant black lid, and on the inside it was just goo. It was like goo, oil, muck at the bottom with no bones at all. And that is such a common thing in Egypt. They even find wooden sarcophagi inside of tombs that they think have never been breached or raided in antiquity. They open up the wooden sarcophagus and there's nothing in there. It's bizarre.
I found the picture on. I'm gonna share the screen. The pyramid. Thanks, guys. In the stream, it is the unfinished pyramid of Zoyet El Aran. If I can share my screen. Bear with, guys. Bear with. Okay, share screen. Okay, here we go. So, can you see what I see?
It's just so fucking shit.
There.
It's just so shit, man.
So can you see this weird like bathtub shape granite circle in the floor, and there's the lid behind that was sealed. That was like hermetically sealed in some sort of like lime wash thing. We had to pry it open. But that, I've never seen anything like it. Into the floor, and look at these huge granite blocks that make the flooring. And this is deep, 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 deep underground. I definitely,
wow.
I have a video. I have a video of this, and for people who are saying I can't find the video, it was actually a video that I live streamed. I trialed the beginning.
Yeah, man. I mean, and like,
To see if I could make content quicker. It was a bit of a fast.
138 is definitely attainable by pretty much every Goldeneye speedrunner for sure.
On the channel.
It's just the only thing that I
Yeah,
think
this
that I
was
have
my
is just
favorite.
like persistence in this level.
Just like the weirdness of this. Like,
I think that's the only real difference is persistence
Look at the
and inconsistent fast starts. My starts are pretty fast, but I'm really inconsistent.
more
So a lot of
images
people, they
of it,
trade consistency for
this down here.
slower starts, which I mean makes a lot of sense.
This is how deep it is.
Right.
into the ground.
But then it's like, what persistence does one have to continue their inconsistency? And me, I'm stubborn as hell, man. I'm a Leo ox, bro. I'm like in astrology, other than maybe like a Taurus ox, I might be like the most stubborn spiritual fucking
I'm
thing.
guessing they're probably limestone slabs that are underneath there.
A Leo ox, that's
The
like
people that built
really stubborn.
the power and the wealth behind that is completely insane. Just the power in the
So like, if persistence is a skill, I don't know if it's a skill. It's an attribute.
He's insane. Thousands of years ago.
How do you feel about world record versus rare time?
And
Some people have got. Oh,
and so
dude.
since the 1960s,
Bro.
so for the last like
All right, let me. I got a photo for that. I got a photo for that.
what's it called it now? A military base, so nobody can access it. You can't even do a like special commission. You can't pay. It's military. They're not letting anyone on there, and they just use it as a massive trash dump. So it's just full. That whole thing is just
Where is
full
it?
of plastic, and it's gonna be.
Hold on, it's
love
loading.
doing, obviously for excavations, but I'd love to do a forensic excavation. If this did have, food, gunk, and all kinds of chemicals, Landa Chem would have a field day going at that time.
it.
So that's exciting. So I think my predictions of what's going to be in the void of the Great Pyramid, if anything, I think it's going to be something. If there's anything that's still hermetically sealed, some sort of collection box tub, some sort of goo, some sort of salt residue, something that is part of the puzzle of the rest of the building.
Yeah. I wonder if that would even be like a little camera. You know what I mean? If you maybe
Oh,
be able to
man.
put something there, but it might be something that you could only see if you were standing right in front of right inside the chamber, really. But probably nobody is ever actually going to be in.
I was gonna put it on my stream as like the.
That's crazy.
I'm not like I don't. Obviously, I don't have Dan 52, and I've tried a lot for Dan 52, and I'm not downplaying it.
In the middle of the night on the
It's just a
island,
fucking joke, you
watching
know.
the sun come up over the mountains, and we're sitting there talking about this wood that's been.
I was gonna put it on my stream, like on the side, but I was like, no one wants to be looking at that all the time.
Actually going to be Cuckoo's burial chamber. And I was like, oh really? You really think that's gonna be his burial chamber? He was like, well.
Okay, S2 agent, enjoy watching level how much. Find the time next time. Oh wow. I'm not gonna hate on like I'm not. I know you're not hating. You're being honest, and I'm trying to be sensitive. But yeah, like it's.
Yeah, we're talking about later,
I don't know, man.
right? So a lot of those pharaohs, you go into the Valley of the Kings,
I agree with you.
and when you
Nothing wrong with it.
you don't have to really be into the
I don't have those times,
otherwise,
obviously, but it just doesn't.
But you can see in some of the tombs.
I don't know,
just
man.
like
A shared world record.
pharaoh in there, and then nope, they close it and they never work on it again.
It's not
And the new pharaoh gets started. So
not really my bag.
Egypt was pretty cutthroat. If you died
Just tough time.
So he was thinking,
Full
like,
times.
well, you know,
Yeah.
if Khafra really is the son, maybe Khafra honors him and buries him in it. And I was like,
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think
you know, if it's this
I'm of the
giant
belief that
void
fucking
above the king's chamber, because the idea for everybody watching is that in the fourth dynasty,
I think
I don't know if people realize this. The fourth dynasty.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you totally. I'm not downplaying anyone's
Start seeing themselves
times or those times, but yeah,
as
like
the human embodiment of the god Ra.
I don't
They're
think
not just like the high priest, they are literally the god as well as the high priest.
yeah, I think a tied time should be worth less. Like, for example, I'm not going to talk about anyone else's time, I'm going to talk about my time. I think 138,
There's a lot of
I think a bunch of people have 138. It shouldn't be worth 86 points or whatever. It should be worth, I think 17 people have it, or 17 people have 138 or better. So I think, I consider it like, I really honestly, 17th place.
everywhere. That's how it gets very.
I know I my title, I said 12th, but it's not.
Who entune themselves in these
Like, I'm
pyramids,
fucking
which includes, you know, it includes
I'm not in the
Red
top
Pyramid,
12 of this level, I'm in the top 17.
and then the Great Pyramid, Khafra, and Menkaura. And Menkaura's on
But again, I'm not hating.
just Khafra and Khufu that
But
are
yeah, I agree completely.
and then also the Red Pyramid. Anyways, what Egyptologists think is that these guys view themselves as more than just humans, so they needed to be buried above ground, I guess, to go along with the fact that they're a god, right? So, and that's why you see the theory that Khufu was originally
Yeah, something like that.
training chamber, then he goes to
I would say even lower.
the king's chamber, and that's supposedly the burial chamber.
I would say
This
even
guy
lower.
is changing the way that Egypt ran.
Like if 70 people have a time,
Correct, the way that they built
I think it should be worth like fucking like 30 points or something.
600 years before. He doesn't, like you were saying, he doesn't sound like a very humble guy. But why is his name not anywhere inside of the tomb? You know, that's
Past
that's what
eras,
the
yeah.
archaeologists will come back with, and they'll say,
I mean, you know, it's a system, right?
that are decorated in the way you think a pharaoh would. Go look at
And I mean,
where you can see that they have ninja work. But that's
yeah, I agree with you. Oh, I agree with you completely.
because we have
It's a
third,
system,
second,
but I
and
mean,
first dynasty tombs where the
if I was
engineers
invested in the system, I think I'd be a little more emotional towards it.
Yeah.
but yet with
I disagree with it,
and the pyramids
but I'm
that
not invested in
come
it.
before the Great Pyramids, nothing of the
Not that I'm like
So that's-
rejecting it,
that's the whole
because I do want to eventually one day
They've
maybe
actually found the burial sites of,
play other levels and fucking
kings and I mean pharaohs, and they haven't
get
announced
better
that it's
times.
kept in storage because they found that they've been buried in multiple
But yeah,
and they've gone that room.
I agree completely.
So I'm wondering whether
But it's fine.
it wouldn't surprise me if there's a couple of the old Khufus just in a
But yeah, I
storage
think it should
centre.
be
'Cause I
made.
remember being on tour in Egypt and being told just how much, like a fraction of what Egypt has is actually on show, either in temples or in a museum. The majority of stuff that they have in Egypt is in storage, and they have
Yeah, tied world record is pretty.
spaces.
I mean, I'd be fucking hype as fuck if I got 133. I'm not gonna lie,
Just how much has gone on the black
but I don't think
market
I'd call it a world record. I mean,
over time.
it'd be like top 3.
Whose body isn't in like Jeff Bezos' private collection.
Not that I'm going for 133, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
I do wonder whether they've found, even if they found one of the pharaohs who was supposed to be in a pyramid, and they're not in their assigned pyramid, they've been found in the ground in an actual. I wouldn't be surprised. If they,
My
Interesting.
favorite theory that's ever been proposed by an Egyptologist, because I think it shows just the gap of understanding that we have.
Yeah,
I
but
believe he was a
yeah, but
German
points
Egyptologist
are
in the late
are
1800s.
temporary.
Somebody can fact check me on this. Maybe it's 1860s or 1890s. But
I mean, so are
he
times.
excavated Amenemhat III's pyramid. Amenemhat
But yeah, I mean, at that
is
point in time, I guess he did.
pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, which no one ever talks about the Middle Kingdom.
He did have more points. I understand what you're saying.
But he's the greatest pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, and it turns out that he had a
Yeah.
You have Saqqara, you have Dashur, and there's an area between them. I don't know why the name is pointing.
It's refreshing. I think we share the same type of belief.
Entrance, and you're looking out towards Saqqara, you can see Amenemhat III's pyramid just over there. His pyramid was supposedly designed.
And I mean, it's
Unfortunately, to Old Kingdom pyramid complexes.
obviously this is like one of the first like speedrunning games with best time. I think it's a
findings, his writings about his excavations.
just the lack of the decimal place really hurts this game a lot, especially for short levels like Damn Agent and Cradle and shit. You know,
But it clearly has some other.
because if there were decimal, obviously we don't have decimals. We have what we have, but
All the way down at Abydos, where all of the pharaohs from the third dynasty had been buried, he found the actual subterranean burial chamber of Amenemhat III, and then he realized, oh, this guy had two monuments, or he has two sites, or there's a pyramid that we think that he built that's been attributed to him, according to traditional understanding, but yet I found his body all the way down here at Abydos. And for people who don't realize, Abydos is the graveyard of the pharaohs. Like when Egypt begins, that's where all of the pharaohs are being buried.
yes.
So, with the god Osiris. So.
It's weird that they would put Giza as a pharaoh burial ground, really, because it's hundreds of miles other end of the country, and only for like a few generations, and then back down. Really interesting.
It's not very long. That's kind of what
Weird,
goes,
yeah.
goes with the.
But that also makes it epic too.
That's kind of what goes with the theory that the fourth dynasty pharaohs are.
It adds to the like uncertainty
rulers in a way.
factor.
The way I was saying that they're viewing
Like,
themselves
is B2 Agent 19 possible, right?
because from dynasty
Trade-offs, yeah.
all the way up until Snef, the beginning of the fourth dynasty. Now we're talking like 3000 BC to 2900 BC to 2800 to
But I agree. I think one way to
this is centuries
improve the rankings, I haven't thought much about this, but is like to have a
turn away from the old way,
a fixed amount of points,
but like as the actual god themselves.
and it's divided amongst all like the top times, whatever they are. Like say each level in difficulty has, I don't know, 200 points total,
That you see in tombs from centuries
and
Yeah.
I'm thinking how this is gonna work.
No matter as conservative
I don't know.
or as theoretical as you try to
Again, if 50 people have a time,
traditional understanding doesn't
it would be the pool of points would be divided amongst the 50 people.
There's a lot of interesting stuff there that they talk about. But at the end of the day, when you get down to the end of it, there's no bulletproof concrete
But then
guard
again,
that
I don't think all levels should be.
I don't even know how we got off on this, but that's
I don't think all levels should be weighted equally in terms of like value.
Chit-chatting.
Yeah, self-admitting to be stubborn hungry.
Get to my point. Once you start looking at the
Oh my
questions
gosh.
and the mysteries, it's really hard to turn back around again and pretend like you haven't.
Oh my
seen it.
god, AI.
It just keeps you up at night.
Did you say Ali
If
G?
anyone's got any wild,
Oh my god.
theories
Why is
or
Ali
things
G
that
on
they think is
previously?
the big void of the please place your
What's up,
bets,
Play Poker? How are you, man?
because,
What's up, brother?
someone's gonna get it right. Most of us
My
do. There's wrong.
my bet would be that's
Fucking hell, man. Alright, one sec.
Empty
Now-
substances.
if it's absolute, if it is Khufu's tomb and his body's in there with a sarcophagus and a bunch of gold, treasure,
I will eat my Raiders hat.
you know what? I'll be just as excited about that. I'll be very excited about that because clearly there's all kinds of stuff when you start questioning about the pyramids. It changes everything, and it doesn't explain how they were built or what the full purposes or anything. But my guess is that it's gonna be a giant empty stone
What's up? What's up?
But I kind of hope that there's something in there. I don't know. I just hope that there's something.
I had an interesting theory, and it was Bob Greenyer, who has a channel called the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project on YouTube, and he did a video on his theory about what he thought.
But I mean, like, I'm not.
Potentially could have been used.
Again, I'm not
Because
judging or
his
hating
whole
or.
research is looking into how water can create energy and basically like nuclear fusion with using water. And he works with a lot of scientists in Russia who have been proving that that you can with water you can create kind of these whirlwinds.
No.
What?
What?
Nuclear fusion. It's very, very sciencey.
See, I gotta
But
do
he
the
was saying
dark room, I think,
actually
like that a little bit.
the basic
That was a little
premise of
better.
what they're working on over there can apply or could apply to the principle of the pyramid because we know for a fact that there was
Thanks for being here, brothers. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Every single pyramid, what is the things that are all in common? They all have water channeled in and around. All in the Giza Plateau, you can see the old copper channeling points. And again, if it was a tomb, if it was a resting place, why do you need fresh water? Why do you use channels? And so the idea that all of the shafts inside the pyramids are water shafts, we're getting water in and around and about. Yeah, and he was saying that you could basically make, there's a theory of making energy using water and the way that the pyramid is constructed with granite, but it's missing
No
a very
worries, man.
specific
I appreciate
piece that
you.
basically makes it work, the heart of it. In the the great hall, the
Grand Gallery.
Grand Gallery, there we go. So in the Grand Gallery, he goes, the theory only works. You would need to have two Grand Galleries that have to mirror each other. For this to
Fucking
work.
hell,
And
man.
at the top of the Grand Gallery that we can access, there would have to be these granite blocks.
On cubits,
that would be
1.4 feet.
with,
Yes. Dang, you.
excuse
I
me,
I did not know that off the top of my head, but now I do.
When something
Yeah, the
is
cubits is really crazy, man.
radioactive, charged.
I have no idea.
Okay, okay.
And the
So basically,
the Great Pyramid's King Chamber is it's in cubits, right? As you know.
And so he sat on that theory for a while, and he went, "Well, that's not
Oh,
gonna
it's
work
pretty
because
fast. No, okay, whatever.
gallery."
Like, fuck you.
Then the scans came out about the void, and that's when he made a video on it proposing his theory because it
Fuck
would
this
work.
game, man.
So it'll be interesting to see the shape of it because at the moment they just have a void. They don't know exactly where or what the shape is. If the shape is a mirror
Yeah, man.
image as above, so below of the Grand Gallery, and then his theory kind of could have legs. But he said that you can see in the Grand Gallery literally today. If you look up, everyone's so busy sort of looking around. They don't really look up.
This game sucks.
The sides of the Grand Gallery, you can see that somebody has chipped away and pulled out what would have been beams high up. And he's proposing that these sort of radioactive granite beams, like a kind of core energy chip to the pyramids, and that they were removed at some
Interesting.
point, probably when at some point somebody was attacking and somebody made the call
Yeah, I don't know.
take them out of the pyramid, like deactivate the structure.
I've heard the argument for it. I've heard information about it.
And they
People are starting to
chipped out.
believe more and more about it, but I mean, I don't know.
You can also see that there are these
I think the Azores Plateau
in the Grand
might be a more likely
like a kind of arc,
possibility, but
like staining of
Who knows?
stage that no one's really taken note of it, no one's really investigating. And it's part of his theory saying that if this was
I'm not saying
some sort of
I disagree with you.
that there would be
I'm just saying,
exactly where he's predicting it, you can run an arc almost through the bottom Grand Gallery.
because I mean that does. I think it's a natural formation, right? I'm not saying that
And it could lead
they didn't
exactly
build over that natural formation or they use that natural formation, but it's
or a stain of some kind. Could not be that. It could be a stain of I don't know what else. I'm sure Land of Ken Jeff's got a theory. But interesting. I've been in the Grand Gallery a few times and I hadn't noticed them until he pointed out in his video. So that's Bob Greenyer. He also speaks at Cosmic Summit and it's his Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube. Scroll back
And, like,
find something about the pyramids.
That's far as fuck, man.
So, do we have some missing radioactive
Obviously,
rocks planet?
they may have been able to
So I'm also gonna put 20
travel
pounds
along like
of
Morocco and
planet
whatever.
avoid being in the mirror
But
image.
man, that is really far away.
Okay, very cool. You know, when you said that, when you said about the
I guess also the Azores Plateau is far as fuck too.
through the evidence that's
Actually, getting to the Azores Plateau might be a lot harder than actually the Richat structure because you gotta cross so much ocean.
such and such could happen. And I was thinking there's a very similar thing that happened in the Olmec world, kind of in a way. The wife of the head archaeologist of San Lorenzo and
But yeah, I totally think that the Atlantis thing
now
there
women could
might be
dark,
true, right?
at this point in time, especially not in Mexico.
Wherever it was.
Lost parts of Mexico, but as far as everybody is concerned, Marion is basically the brains of this whole operation.
That
of
fucking
exploring
guy, man.
the Olmec world. And they find this thing, I think it's called Steel's Sea, and it was like this bar and dot code system that tells you this date.
Wanna dig? Yeah, man. Me too, man.
Just previously,
Me
this
too.
date to the Maya calendar system, which is much younger than the Olmecs, to the Christian Gregorian calendar. So we kind of understood how these dates worked and how to be able to
I
see,
feel like that's
how to be able to tell time, I guess, and keep up with the chronology of the Mesoamerican world. Well, Marion Sterling
I feel like it's like a life
only
purpose.
had half of this stela, and from all the evidence that was around it, she
Man, in China, I want to look for.
but she was reading the code that's on it.
There's these like human-made caves
Be on the other side of it. If there was another
called Longyu
part of
Caves
the
in
world,
China,
it was a second.
and they
she
were
was able to
found
look
in
at
like
it, figure it out,
1992.
well, it would be this.
And I want to find more of them. I want to
If there were another part of this,
go up and down the river
this code that could make
that
this
it's on and try to
otherwise,
find more.
this
That'd be
is
so amazing.
what it is. And I think it was after
Imagine
she died,
finding
they're excavating
ancient
and
human-made
found the second
caves.
part of
That'd
this
be
code,
amazing.
and it was exactly
Seems good, yeah.
thought that it might be.
It would be.
And, I've seen
I don't know though. It would be such a huge effort.
archaeologists.
I would have to look on Google Earth.
Um,
I'd have to
who have
scour
dedicated
Google
their lives
Earth.
to studying like a certain area or a certain mystery, and they're able to like it's almost like their intuition
Because I mean,
connecting them to the past or to something.
the amount of effort for the probability of finding them is like zero. Not zero, but really low.
So it's yeah, it's very
Extremely low.
mystery. Who knows? But I agree with you. I mean, I think
There's
that
probably a
this
lot of
is
shit in
so-
China that hasn't been
it looks
found
like
yet,
it's
honestly.
not quite as big as the
I just want to fucking
Great Dead, and,
go and search places.
right, and it's gonna be like a set date,
But I feel so small and
I was just,
definitely need
trying to flip down,
some local.
Bob's page to see if I could
Need to talk with like locals, ask them if they know of some places or some shit. Because the locals probably know.
was the one that had the pyramid because he shows
I mean, if any, that's probably the best way
the circular
instead of just
shape
going blindly.
Grand gallery and where he thinks the granite blocks have been hurriedly, quickly chipped out and removed for some reason. Because they wouldn't be removed.
But man, I'm having a hard time with fucking even Chinese people in the city, so.
Like the kind of excavation tunnel.
I'm not hating on
that
Chinese
originally,
people.
'cause it's on the
I'm
ceiling,
in
it's
China.
Yeah, he thinks they were taken out in
I'm just
a
saying the people
in
here.
a hurry, like someone going
Like some guy who fucking on this like busy intersection. A moped taxi guy just fucking like took a whiz on a tree today in front of everyone. He wasn't even a homeless guy, he was just some fucking guy.
So, well, anything else?
I was just like, this is too much, man.
No, I think, yeah, I'm gonna fall off the planet for a few
Yeah, I was not impressed. And he was like chatting to his buddy. He was fucking just like taking a whiz on this busy ass street, man. Like really busy.
Anna and I filmed, videos coming out on my channel about some of the mysteries of the Titanic. It's just she and I.
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
gotten it
the
out yet. I just
nice man. Was it a Jimmy Corsetti video,
I
Bright
did
Insight.
I had a big plan to do a big Titanic video, but then that just completely fell off with all of the baby
Yeah, man.
editable stuff. But
Yeah, man.
here we are, and I would have hit a nice sweet hour of a podcast. So thanks guys for joining us. If you
Yeah,
just
go back to
understand
Teppy
the
there.
meaning of what's going on,
They're
we
saying
are
not to like excavate and shit.
first wave of Raiders merch, which you can find. It's going to be linked to all our YouTube
I think like the Davos group
and,
owns it or something. They're like trying to hide it, lame ass people. Yeah,
There's two sites. There's Luke's got a site
for
and
sure.
I've got a site on fourth wall, and they're exactly the same spec, exactly the
I
same
mean,
merch. You just have to pick which
I'll be
merch.
honest, it is nice that they have they made it kind of like a tourist site. Like that helps a lot, I think, in terms of people being able to go visit it and all that shit. But yeah, like there's some crazy sketchy shit going down at Gobekli Tepe for sure.
A lot of adverts if you don't pay for private.
And just yeah, the fact that they don't want to excavate the shit.
Might be ad free on Spotify, so there's an option to go there.
Yeah. For
I
sure.
agree. It's sketch.
The only other thing I'm working on is so we are. I've had this background. I usually have my plants and water. Usually have my plant next to me. I've had this background for several months now, but you guys have just really changed my life a lot on YouTube, and I'm gonna. Lots changed, so I'm changing quite a few things as well. We're building out the studio here. We're gonna make it a 1940s military tent. You guys will see it. You'll see it. It'll be really cool. It'll be like I don't know how to explain it, but you can just look it up. 1940s military campaign expedition tent, and so it's gonna be really really cool. I'm working on a couple new series for YouTube right now. Two different historical topics that I don't think anyone has ever spoken about. They both have to do with the Americas. One of them will branch out around the rest of the world, but so the first one I'm doing are like biographies on famous Native Americans. It's called Native America's Most.
What difficulty is this level on a 1 to 10 scale? Oh man, I don't know. I haven't played others that much.
Completely messed up the Europeans
And I mean,
that are colonizing the
depends.
Americas. It goes all the way from Manco Inca to Quanah Parker to Tecumseh.
To like each level maxed out. Like the world record on each level
Anybody making videos about
is,
the series I'm doing is called The First.
I mean, I don't know, but
And it's going
like
to be an account
probably
of a global
higher
account of the
than
history of the Americas.
138.
It's going to be
I heard there's a rank on the levels on the forum. Maybe I'll look for it. Yeah.
every major historical place, whether it's a state or a site. So,
Oh,
for instance, as it has to do with Egypt, I'll have a video that says, what did the first explorers find in the Great Pyramid?
Man.
What did the first explorers find at the Osirion? You know, things like that.
It's like,
But then it could also be, what did the first
man,
explorers
going to the forums is like Neo waking up in the Matrix. I'm just gonna. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
You know, it's just, I don't think people are familiar with these very first historical accounts of all of these places that are around the world. I mean, there was so much that the first explorers
Yeah, dude. Oh, it's fucked. It's really fucked, man.
saw that
Like, it's
just
really
get
fucked.
lost in they get lost in the historical accounts.
I would think being 130 would be easier than most reactors getting untied. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know about
So
that.
those are the two projects I'm working on revamping the studio. So yeah.
I don't know about that. I'm not saying I disagree, but I'm just saying I just don't know.
Video from Bob Green Airs. I'm just going to quickly share the screen.
I guess.
Let's do it.
Just present.
I haven't played enough levels to really comment.
The video on Bob's channel. It's
5 levels are not the easiest one, just with the next hardest maybe.
New dawn of an old age, and it's actually a live stream that he did. So it won't be in his videos, it will be in the live stream. And let me pull up here. So he's talking here about the.
Oh man, I don't know.
Let's see. This is the top of the Grand Gallery. Can you see the Grand Gallery?
I can.
Okay. So, oh, and there's an advert. Great. What was I just saying?
Like, it's just so inconsistent. Yeah, for sure. Maybe, probably.
There is,
Maybe Mike. Yeah,
chances
maybe.
where he thinks that there was bars
I
across
think Bunker
these chunks
2 Agent 19, as you said,
Yeah.
might be.
they've been shipped away for no reason at the side. On here, he did
Might be more
originally
realistic.
That there was probably these granite blocks slotted across. Um, and he shows. I can't.
Wow, this game is just so fucking stupid.
But just to put into perspective, here we go. So he superimposes the technology around his toroidal moments. That it happens in nature, and it creates.
Honestly, I say I'm a big believer in just play what you like to play,
Matter from the universe, and it can also produce matter.
because that's like the fire that really drives you.
The diagram of like that.
Summer Max, yeah.
So he's discussing here, as we're watching, if you can see the visual here, that you would need something above the grand gallery. You need to create a full toroidal moment, a full circular moment of it going through. And then weirdly,
Well, people on the forums also think that Frigate Agent 21 is a real speedrun, so there's that.
Guess where in the whole pyramid where the deposit spot is? Where would it be?
I have no idea.
So
Frigate 21, Frigate Agent 21 is probably. I mean, I don't have 22 or anything. Oh, it's 100% fake. It's 1,000% fake. It's definitely fake.
And also he noticed that where the end of where the sort of like energy.
You know why? The way that the person wrote the apology is completely fake. And I called this person. I called this person out saying it's fake, and the person didn't even like defend. If someone says that like your run is or anything is fake, you're gonna fucking lose your shit on that guy, and it's like, okay, it's real. But he was just like, oh, you know, he didn't even address my he didn't even because I think he fucking didn't address it because he would be a faker and a liar, but he didn't address it because he didn't want to be even further a liar, which is fine. You can be a faker. You're lying already, but you don't have to dig yourself a bigger hole in being even a bigger liar. He also refused to provide any, what's it called, session after he uploaded after everyone was asking for the session the first time around.
But anyway, it's really, really interesting. And this is, so he's talking here about the new.
It's absolutely fake.
And again, it all lines up exactly.
That's the one that Zahi said that Cuckoo was supposed to be there. And the one that's. Do you remember that?
Had a bit of similarity. Not saying this is useful, evolve my view somewhat. Sort of the essay. No, it's all good. Write whatever you like, obviously. But yeah, man, like, if you read the apology, I kept the apology because I knew he never changed it. Even you don't even have to look at, you just look at how the person talked about how he obtained the time, and the fact that he just tried to justify that he didn't need a session after not only getting it one time, he got the time like apparently the next, like in 3 days later or whatever, and still denied that he needed a session. And then when I said it's fake, he goes, oh, I hope the cancel members aren't like this person, instead of actually addressing the fact that I said that it's fake, because he knows it's fake.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, you know, I've always thought about stuff like this. Even if
It's fake, like it's obviously fake.
people with their ideas, like the lane of Kim, even if he's right about.
And honestly, if he admits, dude, if that guy just fucking admits that it's fake and says, yeah, you know what, I faked it, I also faked all these other runs on my time page, I would fucking be like, yeah, unban that man. He came clean, he told the truth, unban his ass right now. I'm not saying his ass, I'm talking respectfully. He's not ass. Unban this man right now, right? But no,
It's,
he's doubled down.
vortex technology.
Says it still doesn't need any fucking anything. Nothing at all.
Deep in the source
Provides
code,
nothing.
I'm obviously fallen off the research since being pregnant.
Gets
But
an untied reckon apparently 2 times in like 3 days, and then what, the last year and a half hasn't duped it at all ever again without any session,
sound waves in water to create
and people just still think it's real.
vortex.
Yeah.
You need to have this like circular vortex going on, and they've proven in various other things. They've
It's
literally
1000%
they've done
fake.
mini experiments,
And like, I mean, I kind of care,
vortex holes in, like,
but like I don't really care because like I don't care about Frigate Agent at all, like at all.
and then it's gone through the vortex,
So,
it's deposited
I don't care.
other chemical compounds, and that's so essentially that's what they're saying that.
And I mean, arguing with fucking people from the elite, like, dude,
Massive scale, you could do it with the pyramid. If it had active water, and then if there was sound resonance, and we know for a fact that all the pyramids have like mad sound resonance. They are going to frequencies and whatnot. So you just need sound waves and resonance and frequency mixed with running active water.
and what, like, and I'm the fucking
Few other confinements, chemicals,
martyr
chemicals and elements in play, and then
for
you
fucking
basically
calling it out.
extracting deposits and things. And it would be interesting, really interesting that you have this massive
Like, it's
black box
ridiculous.
that you could then deposit something in.
It's really ridiculous.
It's very sciencey. It can feel a bit woo-woo, but
It's above my pay grade.
it's above my pay grade, but I think it's really good. So New Dawn of an Old Age, Martin Fleischmann Memorial.
People are dumb, man. People are really dumb.
You can watch because you genuinely know the options, the theory that's not there.
I saw a big cheating
Well, guys, we're
scandal
gonna have to bring it to a close.
in a game I play that every ounce of my game did not trust the accused. Oh wow.
Well, you had another birthday.
Her wording, her inconsistency, constant changing details, yes.
That guy.
Yes.
Just looks after his yard.
Oh, I was thinking about that yesterday.
Yes.
I'm sitting there, it's like 2 a.m. and so we just playing it for everybody watching. We're playing it.
Doesn't mean she also cheated. I spent like 100 hours following the scandal. Over time, I just sort of grew to feel like she wasn't cheating, but just the type of person who bullshits so much it's easy to take on a guilty until proven innocent. Anyway, not saying that is the case here, but just situation encounter where I was reading into too much whether she's lying about unrelated to cheating.
Looking out the window at my yard.
Yes.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good today.
Since being in our 30s, I've watched my now fiance, he's become a gardener, and he will just
I understand what you're saying,
window in the garden.
but I
And
mean,
now for his birthday, I get him things like garden tools and equipment, and he loves it. That's his jam.
well, I'm bringing it up again because
I was like, where is he? I can't find him in the house.
the majority of people on the elite believe that run to be real, but it's not. It's fake. They're fake.
Well,
It's
guys,
fake.
we're gonna have a lot that's happening.
No, it's similar. It's similar, Mike. I would say it's similar because I don't have any proof
But yeah.
that it's fake, but the person's response
Sign up, enroll in the school.
proved it's fake.
We'll be putting the list of students in the description of every episode in the future.
I know what you're saying. I don't have any proof that it's fake, but and the person got like
At some point early
this
fall,
unachieved time,
make a list of when we're having class.
not once in 3 days, but twice in 3 days.
We can't reprimand.
And then the entire thing is such bullshit. Because he said that he got the time,
Again, very soon.
and after he looked at the footage, only then did he realize that it had interlacing issues. And I mean, anyone that fucking records any types of runs as they speedrun this game will always understand and go through the video fucking footage of their recording over hours and hours. There's no fucking way that that would happen. And for him to say that he achieved it again after 3 fucking days without any fucking session, arguing that he doesn't need a fucking session because he's some sort of fucking golden boy that people fucking suck his dick and believe in whatever the fuck he says, even though he's a fucking lying piece of shit. Just come clean, asshole. Come clean and we'll let you fucking on the rankings again, motherfucker. Fucking asshole. Yeah, I'm fucking mad.
The Nazca lines.
Alright. Sorry, anyways. It's absolutely fake. It's insane.
Enormous geometric
Everyone's signed for no purpose.
spirals and figures. Both humanoid
Tears communities apart. I don't know. It's just...
echoes of an ancient land
What is this? History time? I don't want to see this shit.
stretching across the sun.
But I mean, like, then again, like, people are really dumb, right? Like, they believe that aluminum airplanes can go through steel buildings, so there's that. Has Goose made a video about this specific person, or was it someone else? He did, but I mean, like, he doesn't... That's what I mean, no one... This guy somehow... Like, people cannot admit that they've been fooled or lied to. I don't know what it is. People have that, like, they can't admit that they're wrong. And I mean, I'm not saying that I have concrete proof that he cheated, but this guy won't even fucking provide any. So he got the time, and everyone's like, okay, give us the session. Where's the session? Give us information. And then what? He gets the time again, and then he says he doesn't have the session. Like, fuck you. Yeah, Goose, I mean, he thinks it's real too. I don't know. I mean, I love Goose, I love the guy, but he also thinks friggin', what's his name, Henning Blom's story driving to the river at night was real too, which is obviously fake also. Should we watch Bridget Tucker? Should we watch fucking Candace Owens going on? I'm not gonna do that. Not now. AI, not now. Maybe I should get more involved in this community. This is juicy. It's not juicy. It's just tragic, man. It's anti-juicy because, dude. I mean, his apology and him trying to say that he doesn't need this, dude, it's just so insane. Like, it's just so insane. He obviously spliced that run. And he's probably spliced so many runs on the rankings. I think he's, and the reason why, I think he just likes to stir shit and draw attention and be like an attention seeker. And the way, like, if you read the way he got the time, he doesn't give any information, he doesn't give any details. He just says that he was grinding away like the old days, and then in like a very short sentence he goes, and then I got 21. And then he changes the subject to whatever. And he doesn't even want anyone to focus on the moment that he's lying of that moment, right? If I call someone and say that was fake as fuck, you're gonna like if someone really got that shit, they would fucking lose their mind. They would provide all sorts of information in detail, but no, they didn't provide anything because he knows because he knows I'm right, and he doesn't want to be further a liar, which shows that he kind of has some sort of morality somewhere deep inside of him. He just needs to fucking admit it. But I don't care. I don't know him. I just care about the integrity of the rankings, whatever the fuck that means. But yeah, I copied. I kept I kept the whole thread. I kept everything. You have to. Not needing a session. Oh yeah, you don't need a session. Because it's too easy to fake. It's like, you fucking idiot. I take that back. He's not an idiot, but he's a liar and a cheater. And yeah, just tell the truth, man. I know he's never followed me. He's never been around here. He's not going to see this shit ever. No one's going to see this. People that like, people can't admit. There's something weird, man. People can't admit when they've been fooled, like with like COVID and all that shit. They knew that they were going to get away with it because they knew that people aren't going to admit that they were lied to, or the fact that they were lied to about getting an injection of E. coli plasmid DNA with the SP40 promoter sequence and an unknown 250 base pair sequence inside of it, because they're not going to admit that they were fooled. Or the fact that fucking aluminum airplane flew through a steel building and brought down a 120-story tower of steel into the granite bedrock. And this person that cheated and lied knows this. And they've done it a lot. And I think I'm the only one that thinks it's fake, which is insane. I'm probably the only one that's verbally speaking that it's saying it's fake. It's definitely fake. But it's fine. It's just like a shame. The thread is like buried. That was like almost 2 years ago. And people have like lost their minds. They've really lost their mind, because it's like, how does this person gained the benefit of the doubt so much that after all this, they still have that benefit of doubt? Like, it's just so insane. It's like, this guy's like a fucking, like, this guy's like a psychological wizard. And I have nothing against him. He just needs to admit it. Just admit it. And I'm not the one that banned him. It was the council that banned him. I think the council's the only people that think it's fake. But they won't say that they think it's fake. But I think they think that it's fake. I think they banned him because they think it's fake. I don't think they banned him because of his actions. I think they only gave a 2-year ban because of they fear how other people will think of them. So yeah, I think most of his page is fake. I've been thinking really hard. I wasn't there for Depot 23, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was fake too. After this, you have to. I mean, you have to. And I think there's a lot of cheating going on the rankings, not because I think people are cheaters, but just because I wrote a an anti-cheating method, and I wrote it on the forums like, oh, this is a new method for anti-cheating using AI, and nobody liked it, and no one wants to increase the requirements for run submission, which is a huge red flag. It's like, why not? You're all recording. We're all doing literally the exact same thing. We're all recording. But it's like, it's fine. Like, I'm arguing with people that think aluminum airplane go through steel buildings. So it's like, but whatever. So it's coming up in the unban is going to happen in like December 2025. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But I mean, I'm not like, he's banned. I'm not hating on him now. Like, I'm not beating on someone when they're down. I'm not beating on anyone, but like, just admit it, dude. Just admit it, man. He's not watching. But just like, admit it. Yeah. Because they're dumb as fuck. Yo, Blue Khakis, what's up, man? What's up, brother? Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Appreciate you. What am I chatting about? Chatting about how Frigate Agent 21 was a fake speedrun. And how there were no planes on 9/11. And how they're actually kind of exactly really similar. So, you know, the usual. Frigate 21 and all. And I don't know what's gonna happen when Bez gets unbanned. Oh man. Really? You think other people think it's faked? I don't think so, man. I think I'm the only one. Maybe other people didn't want to speak out loud about it. Dude, I think the council, again, I was talking about this earlier, I think they banned him not because of his actions, but just because I think they also think it's fake. But they don't want to, maybe they're friends with the guy and they don't want to accuse him of faking. I don't know the guy, so I feel like I'm not hating on him. I'm not hating on anyone. I just think a run is fake. I might lose my shit. I might be the only one losing my shit, but I'm not gonna lose my shit because I mean I already said my piece. If I speed ran Frigate, I would probably be more upset. Posting under a fake account, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, true. That is true. But I think, okay. I think the only other people that think it's fake are some of the council members. I mean, I don't know your stance. You don't have to say your stance in here. I saw you gave me a thumbs up. This is public. You gave me a thumbs up for my criticism of of the run, just saying that like I don't believe it. Just, right? Saying that he got the time 2 times in 3 days after he recorded it with interlacing and not knowing it was interlaced, and then him saying he doesn't need the session. You know the whole thing. And yeah, dude, I'm just like, dude, if he fucking just admits and be like, hey guys, I faked it. I faked these other runs on my time page. I'm sorry. I'd be like, unban him right now. Unban him right now. I thought that was a valid point. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, man. I mean, if he can get the fucking time twice in 3 days, and he hasn't duped that time in the past year and a half, just fucking do it again. Have the session, stream it. If he's that fucking talented, with his stupid fucking Bugs Bunny fucking lame ass profile picture like an idiot. Not that he's an idiot. Just do it again on stream. If you're so fucking spectacular. Fucking liar. But it's fine. I'm not making enemies. Again, as I said, I want him to fucking not be banned, but I also don't want him to be lying. Just do it again. Stream it. Do it live. Include some proof, right? Like the AI validation, right? Like as I say, fucking like. Or even like something like this in chat, right? Oh my god, alright. Oh, fucking Z's, you know what I mean? Like... So 17, right? Like there, proof. You can even do it twice, right? Like. But no, nobody liked this. Nobody liked this fucking suggestion. I provided the code. I provided how to do it. And no one wants to do it because I think a lot of other people might be cheating. I don't have any proof. I'm not saying they are, but if no one likes it, it's a big red flag. It's like, can I link you? Oh, link you what? I think it was in the thread. My idea? Oh, it was just like just this, having an AI bot or even a random number generator, right? But that, like in the chat. That proves that you're like playing the game, that it's not recorded, right? Like even this, or even like asking chat to, like asking you to, what should I do, play poker? How many shots should I shoot right now, or whatever, right? Like a random number generator, pretty much. Oops. 17. Okay, AI really likes 17. Anyways. And then, like, you shoot 17 bullets, right? Mm-hmm. It's not foolproof. Oh, thanks, brother. Yeah, thanks, man. I might stop streaming in maybe 20 to 30 minutes. Maybe it's like 12:41 a.m. here, but I'm gonna see. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your. Oops. I appreciate you. I appreciate your conversation. Yeah. And it's okay to to be a liar and to have lied. I've lied in the past. We've all lied. It's okay. That's what I mean. Like, I think if he admits that he lied, the majority of people will want him banned, whereas I will be the one that says, like, unban him right now. Like, bring him back. We can trust him again. Because right now we can't like, there's no trust. You can't trust this person. And I mean, dude, like, he's had a year and a half to dupe it. Live streaming. And I mean, like, I don't have the benefit of the doubt. That's why I upload, I keep my session, I upload the raw, I upload the live, I upload the fucking input display. Anyways. Thank you for listening to my rant. Like, why would anyone argue against having a session? Like, why? Especially after everyone asked for his session the first time. And the second time to not have the session, the second time in 3 days. I think some people are just unable to tell when they're being lied to, man. I think just people, they don't have that ability for whatever reason. Which is fine. Maybe it's a skill, right? Maybe some people are skilled at some things and other people aren't. Maybe... Man, I have no idea how we got on this topic. Oh yeah, the forums. Oh yeah, it started with the forums, dude. There's a lot of other shit wrong with the forums, man. But it's not the forums, it's the fucking people. That was fast. See, that's like a more ideal dark room. That was like ideal. 22 quid out there is like ideal. I had the one boost too. So if I can get like a dark room like that, that's definitely PB pace. But I mean, in all honesty, I've been thinking about this. Yeah, it's fake run, but the real issue is the proof standards. The proof standards need to be improved a lot. And like him doing this just shows that the proof standards need to be improved a hell of a lot in order to have like integrity on the rankings. Because right now, the way it is, I think you need to provide a session. I've been around online poker for a long time, seen and heard so many cheaters. They all have some perfect explanation, but they still cheated. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've cheated at things in life. I've never cheated in Goldeneye. I've cheated at many things in life. Maybe because I've started speedrunning Goldeneye older, like as an old man, right? But like I've cheated at things in life. I'm not gonna lie. People lie. People cheat. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's justified. What, this person hasn't streamed in the last year and a half? Why? Like, why? Please. Come on, game. This fucking stupid fucking game. Like, look at where I shot it. Like, fuck you. It was slow anyways. But I had full health. And I mean, yeah, I know he's banned. I'm not like trying to hate on someone when they're banned, but No. I reset if I get shot in the first room just because it's slower. Especially at the very first room. You can just like restart it, reset it. Because that's probably where my edge is. My edge is probably in the first room, but it's super inconsistent. So I need to have a good first room. I need it. But it's really inconsistent. Oh, you're right. We wrote rooms. Yeah, the second room depends. Sometimes you want like a couple boosts. Depends what the strat is. So I'm changing strats based on how much health I have entering the dark room. See, I have full health here. I'm gonna try force stuck, no body armor. I think that didn't work. Please. This fucking game, like, fuck you. Look how far apart that shit is. Like, fuck you. Anyways. Sorry. Sorry. It wasn't that fast anyways. It was too slow. It was weird. Shoot. Oh man. And I also don't believe, I don't want to keep harping on it, but I also don't believe that he recorded the run and didn't know there was interlacing. I don't believe that. Especially for an untied record. And to not have the session with the intro, and if you have like and to like have an interlace run but not have the session of the interlacing, it's just too much, man. It's too much. Yeah, dude, it was literally within 72 hours. And no session was provided for either. After the first one, everyone's like, hey, where's the session? Hey, do you have a session? Can you upload your session? And then you dupe it, and then what, you just managed to not have the second session after everyone's like, hey, do you have that session 72 hours ago? Yeah, dude. And then like, and then not even being like, oh, you know, shit, even just lying, even if you said like, oh, you know, I deleted the session by accident or some shit, that would even be more believable than him trying to justify not to have a session. Yeah, you can fake a session, but it's like, it's fucking, it's like, it's something. It's really, I'm not saying we have a foolproof thing. I'm not saying having a session is foolproof. You can fake a session. But it's to say that you don't need the session. Again, I didn't think it was really fake really until he got it a second time and just the way he wrote about it. Bro, it's like the Dave Chappelle bit, man, where he talks about, should I play the Dave Chappelle? I don't want to get copyrighted, maybe. All right, we'll play it. We'll see. I don't know. I might. Oh, the Killing Them Softly. I don't know if it was like an HBO special. I think HBO will copyright it. I'm gonna paraphrase it. When he's like, he's talking about Bill Clinton lying, and it's like, dude, if you ever been accused of like getting with a girl that you didn't get with, you like lose your shit. You'd be like, I can't even say the words. I'm not gonna actually play it because it has a lot of really vulgar words that I can't say. But it's like you lose your shit. You lose your mind. And and that didn't happen. I wasn't trying to get him to lose his mind, but it's just. Sorry, I realize I can't say the bit because he says a lot of words that I can't say on stream. Or in real life. Like what? What? But yeah, again, I don't. It's not. The main root issue is not him, it's the proof standards. They're too low. They're far too low. I think he is just a. What's the word? A representation of the issues of the low proof standards. So like anyone could do what he did. Anyone can do what he did. Which is complete within the rules. Other than posting under a fake account, which Blue Khakis said, right? But I mean, and to not change the requirements of the proof standard, I think they should absolutely be changed. That might be one thing that if I'm gonna write any more to these like people in the community, that might be what I might request, or not request, but suggest, to even remove the focus away from that individual, just to be kind of like, if we look at it a bigger picture, right? Like independent of that run, the proof standards are too low. What this has showed us is that we need higher proof standard. Because anyone could do that. Anyone can do what he did. Like, I think it's hilarious that he fucking posted as a girl. I think it's hilarious. If it was real. If the run was real. Guys, I'm really fucking sucking today. Like, big time. I'm fucking terrible. I miss the weed, bros. I miss cannabis so much. I'm gonna be honest. I miss the weed so fucking much. I know, man. That time when I drank beer, like last week, I had the worst headache. I'm like, there's no way I can do this again. You missed the dope of it yourself? Oh dang, you're off. You're sober? Oh wow. Why? Why is that, my friend? You chose? Again, you know, I vape, right? I love to vaporize. Oh, no way. Oh, sorry, buddy. You vaped? Oh, wow. You vaped cannabis? Wow. Interesting. Oh, wow. Stores in Bickle. Oh wow, you had a volcano. Bro, did you have a volcano? Bro. This is like top of the line shit, dude. This is fucking... I'm sure you've seen I had a Riser Air 2. This is top of the line shit, man. A Crafty Plus. Wow. Amazing. That's cool, man. That looks really nice. Let's see the reviews. You chose to give it away? Oh my gosh. Reviews. 125 reviews, 5 stars. 5 stars. Wow. I had this one. You've seen, if you have a Crafty Plus, you definitely know the Riser Air 2. As you've also seen on my channel. The aluminum bowl, yes. Interesting. That's why I like the Riser Air 2. It's a glass bowl, but with like the base. I don't know what it is. I think it might be steel. And I use cotton. Oh my god, I miss it. I miss it so much. Oh my gosh.
Across the globe are artifacts that leave experts scratching their heads, objects that seem impossible, out of place, or simply beyond explanation. These mysterious relics, found tucked away in ancient tombs, hidden beneath layers of earth, or submerged beneath waves for thousands of years, refuse to give up their secrets easily. Today we're exploring 20 of history's most puzzling artifacts, perfectly crafted swords that have stayed sharp and rust-free for thousands of years, strange ancient discs whose purposes remain
In my career, because of this health issue? Oh, dang.
meteorites, dusty scrolls filled with
Oh,
unknown
sorry,
symbols,
man.
and ancient technology
Sorry,
we
brother.
still don't understand. Each one has sparked theories, debates, and countless attempts to uncover their origins.
Yeah, dude, it sounds like you at least need a serious break.
Strange or downright
I'm not saying that you should go back to it, but like, it sounds like...
visuals are here to provide
I'm
extra
sorry to hear that,
context,
man.
but they're not necessary. So whether you're watching closely or just listening in the background, settle in, grab a snack, relax, and enjoy the fascinating stories behind these puzzling objects. Now let's explore 20 ancient discoveries we simply can't explain. In the world of archaeology, many discoveries are straightforward. Beautiful pottery, golden jewelry, or perhaps a clear-cut royal tomb. But occasionally, archaeologists find something so strange and out of place, it feels as though...
Oh, and the
past
Trump,
itself
the fake Trump assassination too, that was fake.
beside the disc, an odd artifact
That was fake.
unusual shape and purpose have puzzled experts since its discovery.
And that's what I mean, people, like, they can't admit because they want to believe it to be true, and they don't want to admit that they've been lied to.
Was excavating the tomb of Prince Sabu, a
Trump was
notable
not shot in the ear.
3100 to 3000 BC during Egypt's
The person may have been killed in the crowd. I'm not saying that's not true, but I mean, I think that might also be fake, but
step by step until they stumbled across a small, unassuming chamber. Inside,
Trump was definitely not shot in the ear that day.
buried pottery vessels, ivory jewelry, and bronze tools. Yet resting quietly among these familiar items was an artifact that immediately stood out, a peculiar disc, unlike anything previously seen. Carved meticulously in a single block of schist, a soft yet delicately layered stone, this artifact.
Honestly, bro, I might play another 15 minutes.
Looked anything
It's like 1:16 a.m. here. I might play another 15 minutes or so.
It was surprisingly thin and fragile.
We're having pretty good runs, but I mean, I don't know.
But even more intriguing was its curious shape. At the center was a hole, surrounded by three thin, gracefully curved blades, evenly spaced and
Oh,
delicately.
dude, they needed a total shift. It was like 9/11, man. They needed a total shift in support for Trump,
To
because
visualize
Trump, look at everything Trump is doing now.
oddly with
He's, as they say, filleting Netanyahu as they destroy Gaza and commit genocide.
was undoubtedly sophisticated, reflecting a high degree of skill. Whoever created
I'm surprised they haven't even implemented the draft yet.
they understood how to handle stone delicately, carving precise curves and maintaining perfect symmetry.
And they wanted to go to a war with Iran.
Quickly attracted attention, and equally quickly, experts began
Dude, they absolutely faked it.
Various backgrounds.
Like the motive is to get people behind him and think that like they're against him and that the deep state wants to pass him away, when in reality the deep state wants him to be their little golden boy.
Symbolic function. Ancient Egypt, after all, was a culture steeped in symbolism, and artifacts often represented ideas or beliefs rather than practical everyday use. The disc's careful construction and unusual form could represent a symbolic.
But I mean, even like the election, even the like the voting is all fake.
Displayed during special occasions.
The Dems votes that election on purpose, so maybe that was just another one of their little strats.
Ceremonial items usually carry clearer symbolism.
No, dude. Well, I mean, I'm not saying who's right or wrong. What I'm saying is what I think is
Yet,
that
the Sabu disc bears
just the deep state,
no known symbolic carvings. Nothing that
the Illuminati or whatever, they wanted public support. I mean, I'm not saying the elections are real. Even the elections are probably fake too, right? Voting is all fake. But I mean, they just needed public support to have this new person in, and they knew that people aren't going to be able to admit that they've been lied to, because that's just how they know how people are. And Trump is getting away with like the complete destruction of Gaza, going off about trade wars, which is the new psyop, right? Having increased trade issues between countries, right? It's just literally out of a playbook from 1984, right? Europa versus North America or whatever. They're all on the same team. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. So they just needed like public support. And dude, after 9/11, they realized they can do anything, and people will believe anything.
Some archaeologists have suggested it might simply be a decorative object, an impressive display piece made by an artisan demonstrating skill, wealth.
That's why people, even today, people can't admit that Trump is a fucking a liar and a deep state pawn, because they don't want to be wrong for whatever reason. They can't admit that they've been lied to, that they're wrong. For whatever reason, whatever psychological reason, and we learned that with 9/11. I learned that with 9/11. I think the first one was probably the JFK shooting, but I wasn't around back then. Never really, yeah, but I mean, it's pretty clear, especially with, well, Trump, he had a huge lawsuit on his head. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm not saying I know everything, but he had a huge lawsuit on his head in Florida. And like 2-3 days after the fake shooting, his lawsuit was just magically dropped. So I think what they did was like, hey, listen, if you don't fake this, we're going to take your Mar-a-Lago house and you're going to prison. If you fake it, you're going to be a free man. Like, they didn't even have to, like, Trump's a fucking businessman. Like, they don't even have, even if, they just have to, like, threaten him with some shit. And he's an old man, right? So it's not like he's going to be able to, like, fight against it. So he probably just went along with it. To keep, probably for money. Probably because he was also on the Epstein list, also, honestly.
Each new artifact offers a piece of the puzzle, a window into ancient life. Yet occasionally, artifacts like this one appear, pieces that refuse to fit in, challenging our understanding and reminding us how much still lies undiscovered.
Could be, yeah, man.
Another excavation in the shifting sands of Egypt might unearth a similar object, shedding new light on the Sabu disk's intended purpose. Until then, this curious artifact patiently awaits an answer, a silent reminder that our ancestors possessed abilities, ideas, and intentions we have yet to fully grasp. Whatever its true purpose.
Yeah, I admit, I'm not saying I know everything. I'm just a fucking guy with the internet.
The Sabu disk remains undeniable.
I fed up, and they're just trying to keep as much of the support.
Intersection between what we know and what remains unknown, a testament to human creativity and an enduring mystery that will continue to tease our curiosity from behind its museum glass for centuries to come.
Support of what?
It's an artifact from ancient China that has fascinated historians.
Keep as much of their support.
It emerged unexpectedly.
Oh, as people, yeah, exactly. It's just like 9/11. It's the same thing.
In in China's Hubei province.
Yeah.
Archaeologists uncovered
And these trade wars,
dating back to the spring and autumn period,
right?
771 to 400.
It's just like fucking, like straight out of 1984.
Ancient state of Chu. While many objects from this era typically show heavy corrosion, the sword was found remarkably preserved, sealed in a wooden scabbard, and housed within a tomb chamber alongside bronze and jade artifacts. The sword itself measures approximately.
Which is wild because I supported Trump until the day that he faked the shooting, and I'm like, wow, this guy is completely compromised.
During initial examinations, experts discovered
I'm trying to make it the most important issue.
stacks of paper
Yeah.
demonstrating sharpness rarely preserved in bronze artifacts from similar periods. Additionally, its surface showed minimal signs of corrosion, making its preservation particularly unusual. Researchers have carefully analyzed the sword's metal composition to understand how it resisted decay. They found it was crafted.
I mean, the whole abortion thing, right, with like Trump saying that it should be the states that decide. I mean, that just, I think it was a step towards the draft, to be absolutely honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to implement state draft before his term is done. But they haven't gone to war with Iran yet, like full out war yet.
Suggesting skilled metallurgical knowledge among artisans during that.
I think there's going to be another false flag in Trump's term before he's done.
Decorative features. The surface is
There has to be.
with geometric shapes.
There's no way they're not going to do another false, like a major false flag,
Symmetrical design.
especially with Trump in office already being compromised. Him faking that shot was a dog whistle
Clearly engraved.
to the like all deep state around the world that he's completely compromised and that like they're going to fucking do whatever the fuck they want.
An influential ruler of the Yue state who reigned from around 496 to 465.
Feels one things to get better, yeah.
This direct historical connection has made the sword an especially valuable find for historians studying Chinese early dynasty history. King Gujian was a significant historical figure known primarily for his determination and military prowess. Historical texts describe Gujian as a ruler who endured years of hardship following defeat in battle against the rival state of Wu. After years of careful planning, Gujian eventually restored Yue's power and prominence. A finely crafted sword such as this likely symbolized royal authority, wealth, and possibly military strength. However, it's unclear whether Gujian himself personally used the sword in battle, or if it served primarily ceremonial functions as a status symbol, or as an object simply to demonstrate his wealth and power. In the broader context of ancient Chinese weaponry, the Gujian sword shares similarities with other high-status bronze blades discovered in tombs from the
But yeah, a lot of Trumpers, they won't even admit now, even now,
weapons to signify the deceased's hierarchy.
that they relied to on that day. Like they won't even admit today.
Remarkable preservation might have resulted from
Because
exceptional
they know that for some reason
the tightly
that
sealed wooden
people
scabbard
will
and favorable
not
conditions
admit
within
that they're wrong. When I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong, and I'll fucking
limiting its
say yeah, I was wrong.
to moisture and air.
I'm not saying like
Ancient metalworking
I'm better than
techniques
other one.
included this
Yeah,
sword
me too. Yeah,
and partly
Really.
mysterious, but archaeologists recognize
but
that
for some reason people are unable to do that. I don't know why. Fear, cowardice.
And the mixing of metals to produce
I don't know.
durable tools and weapons. Though modern technology could replicate the sword's composition today,
And I say a lot of
researchers
speculative
press
stuff.
on the precision and consistency achieved by
So like I'm wrong a lot.
working entirely by hand. Currently, the Gujian sword resides in the Hubei Provincial Museum, displayed carefully in controlled conditions designed to protect its condition. Visitors can view it behind protective glass, providing an opportunity to appreciate this tangible piece of Chinese history. Due to its clear inscriptions and well-documented discovery, the sword
All right, we're gonna try some
directly
force stuck mainframes.
which enhances
Maybe.
its cultural significance. Its discovery also underscores the capabilities of ancient Chinese metalworkers, highlighting their skill in producing weapons that could stand the test of time. Still, certain aspects
How's the bunker 117 grind going?
why this particular alloy has resisted corrosion While
It's
its
okay if you're not
reputation seems light,
playing it. I'm
the
just
careful barrier of
wondering.
an alloy composition,
Yeah, no worries.
the exact details of these ancient methods are partially lost to time.
It's fun.
Without specific written
Nice.
records detailing the sword's
It
production,
took me a long time, man. It took me a long ass time to get 17.
analysis and context. Today, Gujian's sword stands as
Took me a long fucking time.
cultural artifact in China,
Like that was really ideal.
historical craftsmanship, and the
The
complexity
dark
of
room.
ancient society that produced it. Although its durability and sharpness attract attention, its real value lies in the clear historical connections it provides. As researchers continue to study the sword, they hope to uncover additional insights
Yeah,
into
dude,
ancient
I'm
Chinese
like-
metallurgy and craftsmanship techniques.
You definitely should do the 2.4 ending. Like, absolutely.
These extraordinary artifacts. Moving away from ancient Chinese craftsmanship, our journey takes us across the globe, landing in the windswept highlands of Bolivia. Here lies one of South America's most puzzling archaeological sites, Pumapunku, a place whose precisely carved stones and mysterious architectural style have drawn countless historians, archaeologists, and curious visitors alike. Located near Lake Titicaca, within the sprawling archaeological complex of Tiwanaku, Pumapunku sits approximately 3,850 meters above sea level. The name itself translates to Door of the Puma in the local Aymara language, though the reasons behind this evocative name remain uncertain. While Tiwanaku is a famous tourist attraction,
Oh,
bustling
you'll get it
guided tours
if you use
and
the
conversations,
2.4 ending.
Pumapunku quietly captivates visitors with its uniquely precise stonework and unanswered historical questions. Pumapunku first caught the attention of modern researchers in the early 20th century, although locals had known of its existence long before that. Archaeologists studying the area quickly realized this was no ordinary ruin. Unlike typical pre-Columbian structures, built primarily
But again, I mean,
from
like,
sulfur stones or
if you're having
sunflower
fun with it, that's good.
Pumapunku features huge, intricately
But if you're
carved
not,
stone
then-
blocks, carefully fashioned from extremely hard andesite and sandstone. Many of these stones weigh several tons each.
You know, you gotta
Some
enjoy what you're
reaching
doing.
100 tons, raising questions about how
Times with one
ancient
controller.
transported and shaped them. One of the most striking aspects of Pumapunku is the incredible
It's
precision of
extremely
its
hard.
stonework. Some stones feature perfectly straight edges, right angles, and even grooves and holes drilled with remarkable
You have to be really
accuracy.
precise.
Visitors examining the blocks up close often remark that they resemble stones cut with modern machines.
And just the warp at the end is so shit.
Modern stone cutters and engineers have expressed amazement at the site's craftsmanship, acknowledging the immense difficulty of achieving such precision with the technology available at the time. Yet, this extraordinary craftsmanship leaves historians facing a challenging puzzle. The Tiwanaku civilization, which flourished between roughly 500 and 950 AD, is generally credited with building Pumapunku.
The warp at the end is just so frustrating too.
Highly sophisticated, known for agricultural innovations, advanced pottery, and impressive ceremonial centers. However, no direct historical records detailing their construction methods have survived, making it difficult to definitively
Oh wow,
understand
nice man.
how these ancient buildings achieved such precision.
That's
This
cool.
uncertainty has given rise to a variety of theories, some grounded in archaeology, others more speculative.
That's
Conventional
cool, that's alright.
archaeologists suggest
That's the way to do
that
it.
the Tiwanaku people employed an impressive combination of hand tools made of copper and bronze, possibly using abrasives like sand to shape and polish the stones meticulously. Large teams of laborers, utilizing ropes, ramps, and sledges, could have transported and positioned these heavy ones. A feat that required careful planning, organization, perhaps decades of effort. Still,
What the fuck
alternative
is
theories
this?
frequently emerge due to the site's seemingly impossible stone cutting precision. Some have proposed that
This
Pumapunku
fucking game.
might indicate lost ancient technologies or even forgotten construction methods that vanished with the collapse
It shows when I played.
civilization. Such speculations often gain attention, but lack solid archaeological backing, leaving scholars divided.
It's all good, man.
in credibility.
As long as you get the
unusual
time.
style and arrangement of the stones also distinguish Pumapunku from nearby Tiwanaku structures. While the rest of Tiwanaku predominantly features large temples, ceremonial platforms, and gateways built from carefully placed but generally simple stones, Pumapunku showcases a scattered, complex blocks. These stones appear as if they were part of a sophisticated, modular assembly designed to interlock seamlessly, almost like pieces of a massive stone puzzle. This has prompted many researchers to suggest the site might have served an especially important or specialized function.
Oh wow, nice man.
Precisely what that function was, however, remains unknown.
That
Archaeologists
is
speculate
sweet.
widely, suggesting possibilities such as a royal palace, a ceremonial complex, an astronomical observatory, or even a highly symbolic.
That's a good time.
Many of Pumapunku's stones feature geometric patterns and intricate carvings, including shapes reminiscent of symbols, or possibly even early forms of communication.
Nice man.
though their exact
Congrats, dude.
origin
That's huge.
is uncertain. The sudden abandonment of Pumapunku adds another layer to its mystery. Around the 10th century,
I think that's a PTR or whatever, right? Pointless time.
Unfinished construction projects.
I think 103 is points.
Climate change, drought, internal conflict, and resource depletion are among the most cited reasons by historians studying Tiwanaku's fall.
Nice man.
Yet,
That's sick, dude.
without clear historical records, pinpointing the exact cause for abandonment,
That is a good time.
today, visitors to Pumapunku can observe partially finished stone blocks and scattered building materials. A sign
Yeah, man.
attesting
That's sick.
to the abrupt halt of construction.
Well, you know
Pumapunku
better than me.
recognized as a heritage site, representing the advanced engineering and organizational capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations. Its stones influence contemporary Bolivian culture, inspiring admiration for indigenous historical achievements and contributing to national pride. The Bolivian government and various cultural
So you know the warp, the ladder
made
warp, and
efforts
everything
to
too.
preserve the site, ensuring its continued study and appreciation. The site's unexplained aspects also attract considerable global attention. Documentaries,
And the slap,
books, and numerous
the
online
slap
forums
timing
discuss Pumapunku
kind of will help with the Boris slap.
contributing different theories and interpretations. While some theories stretch credibility, they reflect the natural curiosity sparked by these extraordinary stone
Oh, wow.
constructions, capturing the public's imagination. and
That's nice.
fostering
That's a nice story.
interest. Comparing Pumapunku to other notable ancient sites worldwide, we see
I
similarities
put a
and
smile on my
differences
face.
that provide valuable context. For instance, structures like Stonehenge in Egypt, or the massive stone walls at Sacsayhuaman also require impressive feats of
Yeah.
engineering and organization. Yet, Pumapunku stands out due to its intricate, machine-like
Thanks.
precision and
Thank you.
modular appearance, distinguishing it even among remarkable ancient sites. Modern technological studies, including laser scanning and detailed archaeological surveys, have offered additional insights, but have yet to provide definitive answers. Researchers using advanced methods confirm the precision of Pumapunku's stone carvings, but cannot fully explain how such accuracy was achieved. Today, as archaeologists continue excavations and studies at Pumapunku and the broader Tiwanaku complex, they hope to uncover additional clues that may someday solve its puzzles. Until then, this remarkable Bolivian site continues to captivate, inviting both serious academic inquiry and the casual curiosity of visitors worldwide, each drawn by the same desire to understand just how and why these ancient stones were shaped, assembled, and ultimately left behind. Shifting
Come on, this is
away
it.
from
This is
high
the run.
altitude mysteries of Bolivia,
Please.
we now travel across the Atlantic
Please.
to Europe, specifically
Not
to
the
central
run.
Germany. Here, beneath rolling hills and farmland, archaeologists stumbled upon one of the most intriguing Bronze Age artifacts ever discovered, the Neva
Wow.
sky disk. Unlike monumental stone structures, the disk's significance lies in its detailed depiction of celestial bodies and the mysteries surrounding its origin and use. In 1999, treasure hunters armed with metal detectors were exploring the Ziegelroder forest near the town of Niebla in Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. Rather than ancient coins or common metal relics, their equipment alerted them to something far more unusual. Buried approximately 30 centimeters on the ground was a peculiar bronze disc, measuring
Oh,
about
man.
32 centimeters in diameter, with shimmering gold symbols arranged across its surface. The disc
I don't know, man. I might play another maybe like 5 minutes. I might do one more forced stuck mainframe, and then I think I'm gonna sign off. It's almost 2 a.m. here.
Recovery here through a carefully planned sting operation.
Appreciate you being here, man. And lurkers and
Once
Mike
in
and
the hands of researchers,
blue khakis and everyone.
became clear that
And
this
Illinois
object was
dust.
no ordinary Bronze Age find. It was something remarkable. Visually, the Nebra sky disk is striking. Its face is primarily bronze, adorned with gold inlays depicting celestial symbols. Most prominent among these is a crescent moon and what appears to be a full moon, or possibly the sun. Surrounding these are scattered dots of gold, representing stars, along with two distinct gold bands along its edges.
Yo, Angel, what's up, man?
Carefully arranged.
What's up, brother?
Intended to convey specific information rather than merely decorative patterns.
How are you, man?
Detailed analysis
How are you,
of
brother?
astronomers revealed an unexpected accuracy in the disk's celestial depiction.
We have a bench press and we have
Observations of the night sky.
dumbbells. We're gonna do a weightlifting stream in the next few days.
The crescent and adjacent moon are sun,
I like to just play it straight up. Nice.
while the scattered dots correlate with lone star formations.
Yeah, man, that's the way.
One grouping is believed to represent
When I just my name back, oh my gosh, maybe
historical
2-3 weeks ago, maybe.
for ancient societies and tracking seasonal changes.
I've been streaming weird times though.
Indicates the
I haven't been
creator
streaming
possesses
much.
significant astronomical knowledge and observation skills, unusual for the era.
Bro, I'm actually back in China, Angel.
Cultures were certainly familiar with basic
I moved back to China, man.
concepts. The Nebra sky disk suggests
China,
sophisticated
comma, man.
possibly used for marking
I'm living in China again, my dude.
such as planting or harvest.
0x.
Some scholars theorize it could have functioned
Oh, I
as
hear
an
ya.
early form of calendar, a navigational tool, or even a device used in ceremonial rituals.
Get all over shop, you do.
Indeed, understanding the purpose behind the disc remains challenging, primarily because
I don't
no
understand.
written records accompany it. Many archaeologists lean toward
Did you use it like in the stream drop?
suggesting it may have served ritualistic purposes connected to agricultural
Hmm.
cycles. Alignments depicted on the disc correlate with solstices and equinoxes, critical periods in agrarian societies. Ceremonies and rituals during these times were common.
Give me a sample of language.
Activity and seasonal
You get
cycles.
everywhere.
Yet other scholars propose a navigation function, suggesting ancient travelers
Of
might
the
have relied on the
Chinese?
disc to guide them.
Should get up and get some stuff done. Nice, yeah.
Bronze Age trade networks
Chinese,
stretching across
Ni
the
hao,
and celestial navigation
wo jiao mark,
the
hengao
disc's
xing
order
ren xini,
and precise astronomical depiction
shen ma mingzi,
and credibility to this interpretation. Educational purposes are
uh,
also ancient societies
ni
often sought to pass down critical
ni
knowledge
shuo wo de
from
peng yo.
hunting and survival
You are my
through
friend.
oral storytelling or visual representations. The Nabla sky disk could have served as a teaching tool, illustrating the movement of celestial bodies to younger generations in an easily
Yeah, it's true.
way. Its detail
I'm learning though. I'm learning on Duolingo.
instruction
I've learned over 500 words on Duolingo.
through generations.
I'm learning it, man. I'm learning Mandarin. I'm doing it.
The sky disk are not
On the
limited
app,
to some
Duolingo. Let me
purpose.
type Duolingo. It's an app.
Questions about
You can learn like any language for
exact
free.
age have sparked lively academic debates. Initial radiocarbon dating placed associated artifacts
Teaching biology here, man. High school biology.
Bronze Age origin.
Yeah, I got a high school biology teaching job here. I'm really blessed. I'm really lucky. I'm teaching grade 11, grade 12, international baccalaureate. I did international baccalaureate in Canada, and I went to University of Toronto.
Typically left behind.
Aw, thanks, man. Aw, you're the man, dude. No, this is like my specialty. This is like what I kind of focus on my main education on. And I did IB, and I graduated, and I got to U of T. And there's a lot of Chinese students at U of T, University of Toronto in Canada. And I feel like I'm gonna help them get into University of Toronto and like UBC and shit. So it's like a really nice spiritual, wholesome experience.
Bracelets, all convincingly dated to the same period. Archaeological excavations conducted after the initial recovery also
Thanks,
verified
man.
the original find site, further solidifying
Oh
this
man,
historical
I start next week.
Today, the every
I'm not
single
ready
disc resides in a
at
single
all.
scene of prehistory and
I've never taught high school fucking anything. I am not ready.
Museum can view it behind protective glass, illuminated
It'll be in
carefully
English.
to highlight its delicate gold detail. The disc has become a cultural icon, celebrated as a remarkable symbol of Bronze Age knowledge and skill.
It's a private school.
It features prominently in exhibitions and educational programs, emphasizing its importance.
Yeah, I'm really blessed.
In early European societies. The Nebra Sky Disc also draws comparisons to other symbols.
I mean, I couldn't find work in Canada for 4 years.
It shares similarities with the antikythera mechanism discovered off the Greek coast, another object highlighting unexpected ancient history.
Okay, 4 stuck.
Although separated by centuries
Wow, I
and cultural
suck.
contexts, both objects suggest sophisticated celestial observation.
What's this? Like, what is this? So
Not
shit.
well-known civilizations such as Egypt or Mesopotamia. Despite extensive studies and careful preservation,
I have no health.
certain mysteries around the disk remain unresolved. For instance,
This might be the last run. This might be the last run of the night. I don't know.
the culture associated with its construction remains uncertain, as multiple groups inhabited the region in the area. Similarly, how exactly the creators acquired such precise astronomical knowledge continues to intrigue researchers. Ongoing studies combining astronomy, archaeology, and historical research hope to clarify these remaining questions. Ultimately, Nebra Sky Disk's value lies in its concrete historical insights. It demonstrates clearly that Bronze Age societies in Europe had deeper knowledge of astronomy than previously understood, reshaping historical assumptions about the sophistication of these ancient communities. The disk's discovery also highlights the importance of defending archaeological sites from missing details. As
Who's dumb?
could have easily led to this remarkable artifact
That's really dumb.
being lost forever. For now, museum visitors and researchers alike continue to marvel at the Nebra Sky Disk's celestial imagery and craftsmanship, aware that its precise origins
one more.
may remain partially
one more.
yet.
How are you, Angel? Hope you're doing well, brother.
Making
I'm in Changsha.
archaeological discoveries.
I'll rate it in the chat.
Traveling from the rolling hills of central Germany to the sun-baked sands of Egypt, we encounter yet another archaeological enigma, the massive black sarcophagi found within the Serapeum of Saqqara. Located near the step pyramid of Djoser, the Serapeum is a network of underground tunnels and chambers carved into the bedrock, designed specifically to house these enormous granite coffins.
So yeah, buddy, we're gonna do weightlifting stream in the next few days for sure.
Has fascinated archaeologists and puzzled visitors alike, primarily because of the sheer scale, complexity, and precision of the sarcophagi stored within. The Serapeum was initially uncovered in 1850 by French archaeologist Auguste Mariette. Mariette had been searching for ancient Egyptian artifacts when he stumbled upon a mysterious avenue of sphinxes, leading him directly to the hidden underground complex. Excavating deeper into the tunnels, his team unearthed one of the most extraordinary and unexpected finds in Egyptian archaeology: 24 gigantic sarcophagi carved from single blocks of granite or basalt, each weighing anywhere from 60 to over 100 tons. What immediately stood out about these
And
finds
I
wasn't just
removed
their
everyone's
size,
mod
but
badge,
their incredible
so
craftsmanship and near
don't take it
perfect
personally. I have no more mods in my chat. I'm the only mod.
featuring flawless edges, straight lines, and smooth surfaces, almost as if shaped by modern machines. The lids, some weighing as much as 30 tons themselves, fit so precisely into the sarcophagi bases that even today,
the only
it's like a
mod.
clear sheet of paper between them
I
is
have
virtually
all words. I have all say.
identified the Serapeum as a burial place associated with the sacred Apis bulls, an anime revered in ancient Egypt as a manifestation of the god Ptah. Upon their death, these revered bulls were mummified and ceremonially buried. Initially, archaeologists assumed the massive sarcophagi were simply elaborate burial chambers meant for
Yeah,
the
some
sacred.
people lost their mod and they didn't
However, the mystery deepened.
get a VIP, and I'm sorry. Like NNY Dust, I'm sorry, brother. I only have 30 VIP slots, and I had to give it to like the first 30 followers or whatever.
Egyptian tombs. This curious emptiness has sparked debates among
Right, I think I'm done though. Maybe
These
one
sarcophagi
more
are
force stuck.
ceremonial receptacles, possibly empty
We had a pretty good
tomb
session.
vaults in particular,
We had a
or
great
even
chat.
prepared symbolically
Great
to
chat
represent
tonight.
the connection between the bulls
I'm not saying that,
and
like,
Yet this interpretation
that we
leaves many
talked.
questions
We had a good
unanswered.
discussion tonight.
Critics of the ceremonial burial theory point to several puzzling factors. First, the sheer precision of the sarcophagi far exceeds that typically observed in purely ceremonial Egyptian artifacts. Egyptian craftsmen were undoubtedly skilled, but the level of symmetry and polished perfection found here surpasses even the most sophisticated ancient tombs. Second, the transportation and placement of these massive stone coffins pose logistical challenges. With some
This might be
sarcophagi
it. This is the last round, I think.
moving them through narrow underground corridors, positioning them accurately.
Yeah, this is the last round.
Required methods and engineering skills.
Please,
that remain
game.
uncertain today. This has given rise to alternative theories proposing that the sarcophagi might have had more functional purposes, possibly technological rather than purely ceremonial. Some researchers
Almost full health.
Serapeum served as a kind of ancient storage facility, designed to protect important materials or items from external elements. Proponents suggest that the precision construction and airtight sealing could have been intentional, possibly used to store organic substances, precious texts, or ceremonial objects intended to be protected indefinitely. Supporters of this hypothesis point to similar examples elsewhere in ancient Egypt, such as secure chambers beneath temples that stored valuable scrolls or ceremonial images. However, these theories remain speculative due to the lack of physical evidence or surviving documentation explicitly describing the sarcophagus function. While intriguing, these technological storage theories currently exist primarily within alternative historical interpretations, drawing skepticism from mainstream archaeologists. Another ongoing mystery involves the construction techniques employed to shape, transport, and install these enormous stone coffins. Granite and basalt, both used in crafting these sarcophagi, are extremely hard stones, difficult to work with, even by today's standards. Shaping and polishing granite to such precise dimensions and smoothness would require advanced cutting tools, methods, and considerable time. Ancient Egyptian
Should we get another random ass PB? We'll get some random ass PB. What's
methods utilized to achieve such
streets?
precision
Should we do like some streets 00 agent? Some streets secret agent for sub 2 minute? Should we try that?
The corridors of the Serapeum are winding and steep in certain sections. Modern engineers examining the site suggest that maneuvering objects of this size would require advanced knowledge of logistics, mechanics.
What level would I definitely PB on?
Egyptian records provide limited insight into these processes, leaving historians
Yeah, maybe
to
streets
theorize
secret
ramps,
agent, maybe.
levers, ropes, and rollers as possible transportation methods. Still, replicating such a feat remains difficult even with modern machinery, leading some to speculate about lost engineering methods or knowledge possessed by ancient Egyptians. Today, the Serapeum continues to attract visitors and researchers, drawn by curiosity about its enigmatic sarcophagi and their unanswered mysteries. Visitors walking through the dimly lit, stone-carved tunnels are often struck by the silence, interrupted only by quiet murmurs of wonder and the occasional footsteps echoing off stone walls. Tourists and researchers alike marvel at the size, precision, and mystery these coffins embody,
Oh, brutal.
sensing the ancient ingenuity required for their construction. The cultural significance of the Serapeum extends beyond archaeological curiosity. It reflects Egypt's historical reverence for the Apis bull as a deity's embodiment and highlights the impressive lengths ancient Egyptians went to honor their religious and cultural beliefs. Its intricate construction also serves as an
Oh, that's a bad
testament
start.
to the capabilities and sophistication of ancient Egyptian craftsmanship. Efforts continue today to understand more clearly the techniques and intentions behind the Serapeum's massive sarcophagi. Advanced imaging technologies and non-invasive archaeological methods have been employed, attempting to discover hidden details or previously overlooked inscriptions. Despite these efforts, much remains unknown about who exactly constructed
Wow.
the Serapeum, why such precision is necessary, and what exactly these massive coffins were intended to hold. Ultimately, the Serapeum of Saqqara stands as one of ancient Egypt's most intriguing unsolved puzzles. Its massive black sarcophagi challenge our understanding of ancient construction techniques and leave open intriguing possibilities regarding their true purpose. Yet perhaps the most engaging aspect of the Serapeum is precisely its persistent mystery. With every new discovery or archaeological development, the site continues to invite speculation, curiosity, and admiration from all who visit or study it, quietly preserving its secrets beneath the sands of Egypt. Stepping away from the monumental mysteries of ancient Egypt, we turn our attention to something far smaller, but no less baffling. Stored safely in Yale
Oh my
University's
God.
a rare book library.
I'm just so
lies a
fucking
unique
terrible.
medieval text known as the Voynich manuscript. This unique book, with its intriguing blend of mysterious language and elaborate illustrations, has resisted every attempt at decoding for more than a century, earning it a reputation as the world's most enigmatic book. The manuscript first came to public attention in 1912, when an antiquarian bookkeeper named Wilfrid Voynich acquired it.
Come on.
Voynich was a seasoned collector who specialized in rare texts, yet even he recognized immediately that this particular manuscript is something extraordinary. Although its earlier history remains somewhat murky, Voynich claimed the manuscript had once belonged to Emperor Rudolf II, the 16th century ruler of the Holy Roman Empire, known for his love of alchemy and rare curiosities.
Holy fuck me, man.
The Voynich manuscript isn't imposing. Measuring roughly 23 by 16 centimeters, it resembles any typical medieval book, except its contents are anything but ordinary. Comprised of around 240 pages of them, the manuscript
What is my PB? I think it's like 2 minutes or some
contains
shit. 2 minutes.
interspersed with text written in an unknown script. While the exact age remains debated, radiocarbon dating conducted by Yale University placed its creation between approximately 1404 and 1438, firmly situating it within the late medieval era. Flipping through its pages, readers encounter vivid and detailed illustrations depicting an unusual blend of subjects. There are
Holy fuck,
drawings
this
of
guy's so
exotic
fucking
plants,
obese.
intricate astronomical diagrams, bizarrely shaped creatures, and even elaborate bathing scenes featuring groups of unclothed figures engaging in activities within complex networks of pipes and pools. Many of these images seem familiar, yet subtly distorted, as if viewed through the lens of another world entirely. But perhaps more puzzling than the illustrations themselves is the
Holy
place
fuck
where
me,
it's
man. I thought it was longer.
The script, often referred to as Voyniches, consists of carefully formed characters that resemble alphabetic letters. They flow neatly across the pages, arranged in paragraphs, and short captions accompanying the illustrations. The writing looks like it should be easily readable. However, when linguists and cryptographers have attempted to decode it, they've repeatedly hit dead ends. No known language or code has matched its patterns convincingly, and despite decades of dedicated research, it stubbornly refuses interpretation. Naturally, this persistent mystery has sparked considerable speculation among historians, cryptographers, and curious amateurs alike. Theories about the Voynich manuscript's origins and purpose range widely, from scholarly analysis
What,
to
really?
imaginative conjecture.
Holy fuck me,
One
man.
popular theory suggests the manuscript could be written in an intentionally coded language, a cipher or secret code created to conceal sensitive information. The medieval period was full of intrigue, alchemical secrets, and religious conflicts, and encryption was commonly employed by those wishing to hide knowledge. Some researchers have proposed that the manuscript might contain alchemical recipes, medical remedies, or astronomical knowledge concealed to protect the author's insights. Yet, despite rigorous attempts employing advanced computer-aided cryptographic analysis, no one has conclusively cracked its code. Another possibility is that the manuscript represents the remnants of a lost language, or previously undocumented dialect. Europe's medieval period was linguistically diverse, and some languages and scripts have undoubtedly been lost to history. The illustrations, especially those depicting plants, seem plausible as attempts to document real botanical specimens, perhaps suggesting a scientific or medicinal context. However, despite identifying similarities between some illustrations and known plants, botanists have struggled to definitively link them to a real species, leaving open the possibility that the illustrations depict imaginary or symbolic flora. In recent decades, a more skeptical viewpoint has emerged, suggesting the Voynich manuscript may simply be an elaborate hoax. Advocates of this theory propose that a medieval or Renaissance-era individual deliberately created the manuscript to deceive or entertain, inventing an imaginary language and fantastical images as an intellectual or artistic exercise. Historians acknowledge that medieval society was no stranger to cryptic texts, artistic hoaxes, and carefully constructed puzzles. But critics argue the sheer effort required to craft such an extensive and detailed manuscript without a clear audience or purpose seems implausible. More colorful theories occasionally surface, connecting the manuscript to lost civilizations, alien encounters, or secret societies, though these lack concrete evidence and tend to receive less serious academic attention. Still, their persistence illustrates
Wow, this has got to be like 159 or something.
speculation the manuscript continues to inspire.
The
Modern
boost?
researchers haven't been able to
Is that 159?
Voynich manuscript's mysteries. In recent years,
Wow, it's amazing. We'll do it one more time. Let's see if we can get like 158 or something.
advanced computational analyses to the text. In 2019, researchers from the University of Bristol published a study suggesting the text showed linguistic patterns consistent with genuine languages rather than random gibberish. Despite this promising insight, no translation emerged. In 2020, another prominent attempt made headlines when German Egyptologist Rainer Hahn proposed that the manuscript was written in Hebrew script, encoded using a complex cipher. Hannon's claim briefly raised hopes of a breakthrough, but other scholars quickly pointed out serious flaws, leaving the manuscript as undecipherable as ever. Advances in artificial intelligence and computational linguistics have brought new tools to the table, allowing researchers to analyze the manuscript's linguistic structure and patterns more thoroughly than ever before. Some studies suggest that Voyniches behave similarly to natural languages, with consistent word frequencies and recurring structures. Yet despite these promising findings, an accurate translation or interpretation continues to elude even the most sophisticated
Boost.
techniques. Today, the Voynich manuscript remains safely housed at Yale, carefully preserved
Wow.
in climate-controlled conditions. Public interest remains high, and the manuscript attracts curious scholars.
Wow, the
amateur
running animation?
photographers, and
What was
the
that thing?
occasional conspiracy theorist alike. The Beinica Library frequently receives inquiries, requests for images, and even suggested translations from around the world, highlighting the enduring fascination this strange text inspires. Interestingly, the manuscript's significance extends beyond its linguistic mysteries. Scholars value it as a cultural artifact, a tangible example of medieval bookmaking, artistic style, and intellectual curiosity. Detailed studies of its illustrations reveal fascinating insights into medieval iconography, cultural symbolism, and perceptions of the natural world. Regardless of whether its text ever becomes readable, the manuscript offers a valuable window into the medieval imagination. Currently, the Voynich manuscript continues to inspire academic interest and study. Linguists, historians, and cryptographers regularly convene at conferences and workshops dedicated to unraveling its mysteries. Digital scans and detailed photographs are widely accessible online, enabling collaborative research among global experts. Each year, new hypotheses and analyses emerge, fueling hopes for eventual clarity. Yet despite intensive study, many fundamental questions remain. Who created this manuscript, and why? Is its text genuinely meaningful or deliberately nonsensical? Can modern cryptographic or computational methods ultimately decipher it, or will it remain permanently in reading?
Come on, this is 158.
Moving from the puzzling pages of the Voynich manuscript, we return to Egypt, a civilization whose craftsmanship
Oh,
frequently
no.
astonishes, especially when we consider their earliest artifacts. Among the most impressive of these early Egyptian relics are the pre-dynastic granite vases, small yet extraordinary objects that showcase astonishing precision and craftsmanship far ahead of their time.
Wow, insane.
These elegant vases date back as far as 5,000 years ago, predating even the famous pyramids. Many were discovered during excavations in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, often placed carefully in tombs alongside important Egyptian nobles and elites. The artifacts themselves are beautiful, perfectly proportioned stone vessels, crafted primarily from granite, diorite, basalt, and other incredibly hard stone types. What immediately stands out is their delicate symmetry and flawless construction, displaying a level of precision typically associated with later historical periods. One of the most notable features of these
Fucking
vases
terrible.
is their extremely thin walls, often measuring near millimeters thick. When considering the hardness of granite and similar stones, achieving such thinness without cracking or breaking would have required considerable skill and care. Modern stone carvers, equipped with advanced power tools and diamond-tip drills, still find it challenging to replicate the precision of these ancient artifacts. This has led many scholars to question
Aw,
how
like this
ancient
fucking
Egyptians
stupid
managed to
level.
achieve such remarkable craftsmanship with supposedly primitive tools. Historians have carefully studied surviving ancient Egyptian toolkits, discovering copper chisels, stone mallets, and flint drills among their typical equipment. Yet, even copper tools, though effective for softer stones or carving basic shapes, would quickly dull or deform against granite and basalt. This apparent gap in capability has sparked considerable debate among archaeologists and engineers about how exactly these delicate vases were crafted. Theories often center around the use of abrasive materials, such as sand and crushed quartz, combined with copper drill bits to gradually hollow out and smooth these tough stones. Experimental archaeology has provided useful insights into possible ancient techniques. Modern researchers have recreated these vases using basic copper tools paired with abrasive sand and water, gradually grinding down the hard stone. This slow and meticulous process, however, requires tremendous patience and skill. Even experienced craftspeople today note the difficulty involved in consistently maintaining the precise symmetry and thinness seen in
insane.
original pre-dynastic vases. The question naturally arises.
What, did he not
regarding the
strafe
purpose
me? What?
of
Like,
these
why?
finely-made objects. Given their frequent discovery in elite tombs, some archaeologists suggest they serve primarily as ceremonial or funerary items. Ancient Egyptians held strong beliefs about the afterlife, often burying their dead alongside objects intended to be useful in the next world. These stone vases may have contained oils, perfumes, or other valuable substances offered as grave goods,
Look at me.
symbolizing wealth and status.
Oh no, he's gonna
while
kill
their delicate
the civvy?
craftsmanship demonstrated reverence and respect for the deceased. Indeed, the sheer effort and resources necessary for crafting these vases suggest they held significant cultural value, far exceeding mere everyday use. Such finely
Oh, the
worked stone
boost? Come
objects
on.
were likely expensive.
Boosted
Indicating their
into the
owners
rocket.
were part of society's upper echelons. Their presence in burial chambers further supports the notion that they symbolized prestige and status, representing the deceased individual's importance within their community. However, practical uses cannot be entirely ruled out. Ancient Egyptian society was highly organized, engaging in sophisticated trade networks and craft production. The durability and non-porous nature of stone vases would have been ideal for storing valuable liquids such as perfumes, essential oils, or medicinal substances. Given that the Nile region was rich in resources like oils and resins, prized substances used both domestically and ceremonially, these vessels were
Oh
also
man, I
functioned
almost shot him right in the head.
storing and transporting precious commodities. Yet even if used practically, the exceptional artistry involved points clearly to a secondary symbolic or status-driven purpose. The very possession of such an object would have communicated wealth, power, and refinement. It's easy to imagine an ancient Egyptian noble proudly displaying such finely crafted vessels during social or religious gatherings, subtly communicating their prestige to visitors. Adding to their intrigue, these pre-dynastic vases frequently display consistent shapes and designs, indicating standardized production methods. While each vase is individually carved, Their similarity in
Remember.
size and proportion suggests some form of organized, skilled artisan community operating in ancient Egypt well before recorded.
It's just so fucking shit.
This hints at the existence of specialized craftspeople or workshops, perhaps even early guild-like structures, carefully passing down sophisticated techniques through generations. Another remarkable detail is the polished finish of these artifacts. Not only were
It's
they
fucking silly.
thin-walled and symmetrical, but they were also finely polished to achieve a smooth, glass-like texture. Achieving this would have involved additional meticulous labor using fine abrasives like sand, powdered quartz, or even animal hide to achieve their distinctive sheen. Today, pre-dynastic granite vases can be viewed in various museum collections worldwide, including the Cairo Museum and the British Museum. Visitors often remark on their beauty, surprised that such delicacy and skill existed so far back in Egyptian history. Although overshadowed by later monumental achievements like the pyramids and temples, these small stone vases stand as evidence of an advanced artistic tradition and remarkable craftsmanship, present from Egypt's earliest days. While significant progress has been made in understanding the methods and potential uses of these vases, some aspects remain elusive. The exact details of their manufacturing process, the nature of the craftsmen who made them, and their role within early Egyptian society still prompt considerable academic discussion and research. Nonetheless, their historical importance and aesthetic beauty ensure they remain captivating and valuable artifacts, providing tangible evidence of ancient Egyptian ingenuity and sophistication at a very early stage of civilization. Traveling from the ancient Egyptian deserts, we now shift our focus southward, journeying to the lush and rugged landscapes of South Africa. Here, nestled near the small town of Ladenburg in the province of Mpumalanga, a remarkable archaeological discovery was made, one that continues to intrigue historians and anthropologists to this day. Known simply as the Ladenburg heads, these distinctive ceramic artifacts offer a rare glimpse into the creativity and culture of an ancient South African community. The story of the Ladenburg heads begins somewhat by chance, as many archaeological finds often do. In 1957, a young schoolboy named Carl Ludwig von Hazen was exploring his family's farm
Holy fuck me, man.
when he stumbled upon pieces of pottery protruding from the eroded hillside. Rather than dismissing them as mere fragments of everyday crockery, the young Carl Ludwig carefully collected these unusual pottery shards, sensing them to be significant. After notifying experts at the University of Cape Town, professional archaeologists visited the site and realized they had something unique on their hands. Ultimately, archaeologists unearthed 7 hollow ceramic heads, believed to have been crafted around the 6th century AD, placing them approximately 1,400 years old. The heads vary in size, the largest being roughly life-size, while others are smaller and more compact. Each head is constructed from carefully molded clay, fired to direct air, and features distinctly detailed facial characteristics. Prominent eyes, clearly defined noses, and expressive mouths give the artifacts striking personalities, even though their precise function remains uncertain. A particularly captivating aspect of the Leidenberg heads is their decoration. Detailed patterns cover their surfaces, created using clay strips and tiny punctures, likely made with sharpened tools or sticks. These patterns form geometric designs and linear motifs reminiscent of tribal art forms found elsewhere in southern Africa. The intricate patterns and careful craftsmanship suggest the creators had a refined aesthetic sensibility and a strong symbolic or ritualistic intention behind their designs. Yet the purpose behind these intriguing ceramic heads remains unclear. Archaeologists
right off.
offer numerous possibilities, each grounded in historical and cultural context. One popular interpretation is that the heads served as ceremonial masks, possibly worn during important rituals or community celebrations. Masks hold great cultural importance across many African societies, used to invoke ancestors, spirits, or deities during dances, ceremonies, and rites of passage. However, upon closer inspection, some researchers argue that these particular heads seem more decorative and less practical for actual wear. The lack of clear eye holes or attachment points for strings makes their usability as functional masks
Same.
doubtful. Another
No,
reason
like,
is
fuck
the
you.
Hindenburg heads might represent ancestor portraits or symbolic totems, carefully displayed during significant community rituals. In many African traditions, representing ancestors
This
through
level really
art
fucking
or
sucks.
sculpture is a powerful way to honor lineage, communicate with the spiritual world, or reinforce community identity. The expressive nature of these ceramic heads could reflect individual ancestors or influential community figures, with their prominent features emphasizing traits important to their society. Further complicating the interpretation is the presence of small animal figures and decorative elements incorporated into some of the heads. Some heads feature miniature sculpted cattle horns or animal-like protrusions, reflecting the cultural significance animals hold within many southern African communities. Cattle, in particular, symbolize wealth, status, and spiritual power throughout the region, suggesting these heads could have carried symbolic meanings related to prosperity or ancestral protection. Regional archaeological findings also provide context for the Lydenburg heads. During the time these ceramic
Yo,
artifacts
Sailor
were
Curse, what's up, brother?
Southern Africa
What's up, man?
the emergence of numerous farming
Angel's here too.
practicing agriculture, animal
What's up, bro?
and
What's up,
sophisticated.
Sailor?
The creators of the Lydenburg heads likely belong to one of these settled communities,
Like, fuck you.
possessing a rich cultural and artistic tradition.
Live from China. Yeah, brother. What's up,
Without
man?
detailed historical records or written accounts,
We're gonna do a weightlifting stream in the next few days.
remains challenging.
I'm gonna sign off pretty soon
Similar
here. It's like
ceramic
2 a.m. here. Like,
artifacts
what the
rarely
fuck is this
discovered
bullshit?
in the region,
This
making
level's
the Lydenburg
absolute
heads
dog
even
shit.
more exceptional.
This is
Their
the
rarity
worst
suggests they
fucking
might
shitty
represent
fucking level.
localized cultural tradition
It's really just shit.
unique to the specific area around Lydenburg. Alternatively, they may reflect broader practices widespread during their era, with most other
was really wide.
traditions simply lost to time or erosion. Since their discovery, the Lydenburg
dead
heads have been carefully studied
game.
and preserved by archaeologists. Following restoration and analysis,
It's going, man. Yo, it's going well, buddy. Thanks, man. Is this the first China stream
where they currently reside.
that you've been to?
Museum
Thanks,
visitors
man.
today can
It's going well, dude.
captivating ceramic
Oh, I'm
heads
toast.
and carefully
I'm a dead man.
climate-controlled displays designed to protect their delicate clay structures from environmental damage. They remain popular exhibits showcasing the rich artistic traditions and creativity of ancient South African communities. Ongoing research efforts occasionally revisit the Lydenburg
Only last time you were there. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, brother.
techniques to uncover
Yeah, buddy.
insights.
Hey, we got 159. We got, that's 2 PBs, I think. I think it's 2 PBs.
Comparisons to broader Southern
Should we do it again?
traditions have deepened our understanding of
Thanks, man. What's up, buddy?
and cultural context. Yet despite detailed studies,
Yeah, man.
the precise purpose
We're
and
playing on a
meaning
32-inch CRT, too,
remain open-ended, inviting continued curiosity.
as you saw.
Overall, the Lydenburg heads represent a fascinating
What's up, brother?
intersection of artistic skill, cultural symbolism, and archaeological mystery.
Oh, that's not good.
Their intricate
That's
detail,
very bad.
expressive faces, and uncertain origins captivate historians, anthropologists, and general audiences alike. While much remains unknown about their
Come
creators
on, man.
or the exact nature of their use, these ancient ceramic heads continue to offer a tangible connection to the creativity and traditions of early Southern African societies. From the expressive
Happy late birthday?
ceramic
Oh,
arts
thanks,
of
brother.
ancient South Africa, our journey to
Oh
the
shit, it's your birthday. Yo, happy birthday to you in China, man.
roads, paths,
China, comma, man.
and architecture. Yet among the
It's your
countless
birthday here,
objects
man.
of this
Happy birthday,
civilization,
brother.
one particularly odd object
Thanks, yeah,
has
dude.
confounded historians, the Roman dodecahedron. These curious artifacts, typically crafted from bronze, occasionally from stone,
It's your
are
birthday in
hollow,
China.
with 12 flat
In
rectangular
China.
faces. Each
Oh, I'm
face
gonna get lit up
features
here.
a circular hole of varying diameter and small spherical knobs.
I think I
decorated
gotta get
with
that
colors
body
and
armor.
edges.
Yeah, it's like it's over.
Sizes
I'm
vary
toast.
from small enough to fit comfortably into your hand to
Did I
slightly
miss your
larger
birthday?
versions
No worries,
with a
man.
consistent shape and structure
I don't think I
that
did. I stream
serve
my birthday. I
a
streamed like
specific
weird hour on my
intention
birthday.
and purpose. Since their first recorded discovery in the 18th century, around 100 of these
I'm toast. If these are KF7s, yeah.
turned up across what once was the Roman Empire.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, buddy.
Archaeological digs
Thank you,
scattered
man.
throughout modern-day countries like Germany,
Happy birthday to
France,
Seal
Switzerland,
Curse.
Belgium,
We might play some essay. Oh, we'll try some double
suggesting
again.
their use was widespread across various Roman provinces. Despite their broad geographical distribution,
I think I might have 159 on double already.
not a single historical
I can't remember.
document from Roman times mentions them explicitly, leaving historians without clear evidence of their original purpose. This historical silence is particularly puzzling, given the Romans' meticulous record-keeping habits. Typically, even mundane items were documented in some form, whether through inscriptions, official records, or literary references. The dodecahedron's complete absence from historical records makes their intended use especially difficult to determine, leading researchers and enthusiasts alike to explore multiple theories, ranging from practical to whimsical. One of the more popular theories suggests the dodecahedrons might have been measuring instruments, perhaps used by craftsmen or architects. Proponents of this interpretation point to the different sized holes on each face, proposing that these might have been used as gauges for measuring objects
the
of
roll.
varying diameters, such as rods or pipes. However, critics of this theory argue that the irregularity and imprecision of these openings, often differing slightly in shape or size from object to object, cast
Oh, I
doubt
see.
on their effectiveness as precise measuring tools. Others speculate that these items had a religious or ceremonial function. The Romans were famously superstitious, regularly consulting augurs, interpreting omens.
I didn't really need that body armor, eh? That's
Could the
fine.
Roman dodecahedron have been a tool
That is
used
fine.
by diviners for predicting future events? Perhaps the object was thrown or rolled during rituals, with each face and whole size representing a different omen
Wow.
or outcome. While intriguing, no archaeological evidence has yet supported direct.
I don't think it was pace anyways.
No dodecahedron has been found in clear religious contexts, such as temples or burial sites that would substantiate this theory. Yet another practical theory considers the dodecahedrons as calendars or astronomical devices. Some researchers propose the alignment of holes and knobs may have helped track celestial events like the solstices, equinoxes, or star positions. Given the Romans' extensive knowledge of astronomy and their reliance on accurate calendars for agriculture, military campaigns, and civic planning, this possibility feels plausible. Yet without inscriptions, markings, or accompanying artifacts explicitly supporting astronomical use, the theory remains speculative. Perhaps a more humorous, though still credible theory, posits these objects as ancient gaming items or toys. The Romans enjoyed games of chance and
Yeah, buddy.
strategy,
It's your
often
birthday in
employing dice and
China.
other small devices to entertain themselves. Could the dodecahedrons have
Oh, no,
functioned
that's bad
as
news.
dice or components in a game long since forgotten? This playful idea
So much ammo.
faces skepticism due to the impractical design of the knobs and differing hole sizes, neither of which seem optimized for gameplay. Another pragmatic suggestion, drawing from archaeological context, is that dodecahedrons were knitting or weaving tools. Knitting and textile production were widespread activities in Roman Europe, and small devices to assist in yarn weaving or create consistent stitch patterns might explain their frequent discoveries in residential contexts. Indeed, modern knitting enthusiasts have tested replicas demonstrating the feasibility, if somewhat awkward, of using the dodecahedron to knit gloves or socks.
Boost,
This theory,
insane.
though practical,
Oh, I
lacks
missed it.
supporting
It's
imagery
fine.
or textual evidence linking Roman textile production explicitly to the Americas. In recent decades, scholarly debate has shifted toward examining the contexts of individual dodecahedron finds. Their presence in sites associated with Roman military camps has led
We've
some
already
historians
improved a lot.
to speculate they might have been multi-purpose objects carried by soldiers, potentially for tasks ranging from measurement to entertainment. However, civilian sites
2 boosts,
also
insane.
include examples, complicating any strictly military interpretation. Despite numerous scholarly and popular theories, the dodecahedrons continue to defy clear categorization. Their craftsmanship, however, is undeniably Roman. Their bronze casting and distinctive decoration aligned with known Roman metalworking techniques from approximately the 2nd to 4th centuries AD. Archaeologists agree the objects originate from within Roman civilization, though whether they represent common household items, specialized professional tools, or something else entirely remains unclear. Today, Roman dodecahedrons are preserved and displayed in museums throughout Europe.
Too wide. Way
often
too fucking
presented
wide.
as curiosity pieces, highlighting Roman ingenuity and our persistent inability to unravel certain historical mysteries. Visitors frequently puzzle over them, and museum curators must repeatedly explain that their purpose remains uncertain. Despite intensive scholarly study, these humble yet intriguing objects
This fucking guy every fucking time, eh? Like right in the fucking face.
persist even about well-documented As archaeologists continue discovering and cataloging new examples, the potential for clarifying their purpose remains. Perhaps someday, a Roman dodecahedron will appear in a context providing clearer clues, maybe alongside tools,
We are improving, though.
textiles, gaming pieces, or ritual items that finally unlock their secret. For now, though, these enigmatic Roman artifacts remain one of archaeology's quietly persistent puzzles, continuing to intrigue scholars, visitors, and anyone who encounters their peculiar shape and unyielding mystery. Stepping away from the puzzling geometry of Roman dodecahedrons, our exploration now turns to one of the oldest known narratives about human survival, a narrative found etched in clay by the ancient Sumerians. This artifact, known as the Ziusudra tablet, offers a glimpse into the earliest recorded versions of the familiar story, a great flood that threatened to extinguish humanity, and the lone man chosen to survive.
Is that bad to shoot Val? Does that do anything?
Is
I don't
often
know.
compared to Goldeneye.
Maybe not.
Both characters share striking similarities, including a devastating flood, divine warnings, and survival.
Yo, that back boost was so fucking bullshit.
Yet, Ziusudra predates the biblical account by several centuries, making
I don't
the
think this is
tablet a
pace.
critical piece of evidence showing how deeply rooted the flood myth is within ancient Mesopotamian culture. The Ziusudra narrative first emerged from a fragmented clay tablet discovered during archaeological excavations of the Sumerian city of Nippur, located in modern-day Iraq. The tablet itself is modest in appearance, carefully inscribed in cuneiform, an ancient wedge-shaped writing system used across Mesopotamia. Upon initial discovery, the fragmentary state of the
How's the
artifact
weather there? Yo, it's hot. It's really hot.
crucial sections of the
Super
text
hot.
had
Like, where the fuck did that guy come
leaving
from?
gaps that archaeologists and linguists continue to
Fuck you.
interpret and debate. Despite its incomplete,
It's really hot.
scholars
I love it.
recognize the significance
I'm
of
a big
this
fan.
text, dating back
Saw a
to
guy
the 17th
fucking
century,
piss on the streets on a really busy
providing
road
crucial
today.
evidence of how deeply entrenched
One of
flood
the
myths were
rickshaw
in
or motorbike taxi drivers just fucking whipped it out and took a big piss on a tree in the in like a fucking on like Fifth Avenue of like China. I was not impressed. I guess it is. I guess it is. But there was like women and people walking by, and this guy just fucking pissing, chatting to his buddy. It was just like, fuck, man, it's just too much,
in
man.
terms of
It's
context,
just too fucking
the
much.
surviving portions of
I
this
mean, I'm the foreigner,
divine
like, so I can't like say shit, but it's just like, man,
pious king about an impending catastrophic flood sent by the gods. The reasons for the gods' decision are not fully clear, but hints in the fragmented
it was too much.
suggest
I'm gonna be going to bed soon though, man. It's like 2:30 a.m. here.
echoing similar themes seen later in Babylonian.
Thanks, man. Thank you, buddy.
Acting upon this divine instruction, Ziusudra
How are you doing,
constructs an
man?
enormous vessel
How are things in Philly? How's the weather there?
his family and animals to safety. When the flood finally arrives, it ravages the earth, wiping out nearly all human life. After a period of enduring heavy storms and torrential rains, Ziusudra's vessel eventually comes to rest, and upon emerging, he performs rituals of thanks.
Lots of thunderstorms? No way. That sucks. Sorry, man.
As a reward for his obedience and piety.
You think they're doing any cloud seeding?
Compared to many
You think Bill Gates is responsible?
The tablet's emphasis on divine reward aligns with common
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, really.
loyalty and obedience toward deities lead to divine favor and blessings. One striking
Well, they
aspect
have
of this
admitted that they're
narrative
doing
is
cloud
its
seeding, right?
thematic
Like,
continuity
there's
with flood myths
never been this
across
bad
various
shit.
cultures worldwide. Similar stories are found
They've
not only
admitted they're doing it in
in
Texas, right?
Genesis, but also in other
Oh wow,
Mesopotamian
no way.
texts, notably the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh.
Sorry, man.
Additionally,
Sorry to hear
cultures as
that.
geographically distant as the ancient Greeks, Native Americans, Chinese, and Australian Aboriginal peoples all have their own flood stories. The Zulu Sudra narrative thus holds critical value as evidence supporting the universality of flood myths, potentially reflecting a widespread ancient memory or storytelling tradition centered around real catastrophic events, such as regional flooding and natural disasters.
What? Get out of here. You're not hitting me.
Land between the Tigris and Euphrates
Oh, this is so
was
fucking dumb.
highly susceptible to catastrophic flooding. Archaeological evidence confirms periodic massive flooding, capable of destroying entire cities and settlements. Such disasters would undoubtedly have become deep.
Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that.
Eventually evolving into mythological narratives passed down orally, and later captured in written forms, such as the Ziyasudra tablet. This
Is that a grenade
historical
launcher
fact
guy?
provides important context for interpreting the Ziyasudra account. While its narrative may draw from real historical floods, scholars widely agree that the text
Wow.
functions primarily as a religious
It's
or
just so
moral
fucking
value,
dumb.
emphasizing human vulnerability, divine authority, and the importance of obedience and piety. The inclusion of eternal life as a reward emphasizes the idea of divine reward for virtue, an influential concept in ancient societies. Yet despite widespread scholarly acceptance of the Ziyasudra narrative's mythological nature, debates continue regarding the extent to which it might
Rockets, I
reflect
think.
historical
Yeah.
reality. Some researchers propose that the flood described may correspond to particularly catastrophic historical events, such as the flooding of the Persian Gulf at the end of the last ice age, or
I don't think I needed that body armor either.
devastated early Mesopotamian.
I don't think it's it.
However, these remain speculative connections. Concrete historical
Hey, 158. That's pretty good. That's not bad. I'll try to get 158 on SA, I guess.
Regarding the Ziyasudra tablet's intended purpose. While clearly serving a narrative function, the tablet may have also had religious or ceremonial uses, potentially read or recited during rituals or festivals celebrating survival, renewal, or divine favor. Such religious and moral lessons embedded within the narrative would have reinforced communal values, promoting obedience to religious and societal norms. For visitors, encountering the Ziyasudra tablet in museum exhibitions, the artifact evokes powerful imagery of an ancient world profoundly shaped by nature's forces, divine beliefs, and cultural storytelling. While its precise historical accuracy remains uncertain, its enduring cultural significance is clear. The Ziyasudra narrative, through its survival over thousands of years, demonstrates humanity's persistent need to understand and explain catastrophic events, reflecting broader themes of survival, renewal, and the eternal human desire to connect.
Oh, that's a grenade launcher.
Transitioning from the ancient flood myths etched in Mesopotamian clay, our next journey brings us to medieval Japan, an era rich with tales of legendary warriors, powerful samurai clans, and perhaps most intriguingly, the remarkable swords that define them. Among countless famous blades of Japanese history, none stand out quite like the Tenkagoku, known as the Five Heavenly Swords. These swords, considered masterpieces of Japanese metallurgy and craftsmanship, are steeped in legend, historical significance, and enduring mysteries about their whereabouts. In Japanese culture, swords have always been more than mere weapons. They hold deep, symbolic importance, representing honor, authority, and the soul of a warrior. The Five Heavenly Swords are exemplary.
This might be
of this tradition.
158. What?
Crafted during Japan's
Looks so
Kamakura
fucking dumb.
1185 to 1333. These five blades were recognized not only for their exceptional quality, but also for the legendary stories and notable warriors connected to them. The swords comprising the Tenkagoku each bear their own unique names and storied histories: Dojigiri Yasutsumu, Mikazuki Munechika, Onimaru Kunitsumu, Juzumaru Tsunetsugu, and Odenta Mitsu. They were forged by some of the most revered swordsmiths in Japanese history, renowned for their skill in creating blades of both beauty and lethal practicality. where craftsmanship reached
Come on,
unprecedented
man.
levels of quality.
Fuck you, asshole.
Dojigiri Yasutsu, perhaps the most famous of the five, carries
Isn't
with
that
it
insane?
one of the most dramatic
The valve
memories.
strafe outside the room.
According to tradition, this blade was wielded by the warrior Minamoto no Yorimitsu, known popularly as Raiko. Raiko is said to have slain the fearsome demon Shutendoji, who terrorized the area near Kyoto with this very sword. The blade's name, Dojigiri, translates roughly as Slayer of Doji, commemorating its role in defeating the legendary demon. It remains preserved in excellent condition at the Tokyo National Museum, celebrated for its perfect balance, elegant curvature, and intricately tempered blade, displaying the meticulous craftsmanship of swordsmith Yasutsu. Mikazuki Munechika
Big boost.
is another celebrated sword within the group.
Fuck you.
Its name,
Fuck you.
Mikazuki, meaning crescent moon, reflects the graceful curved
Just
shape of
SA.
its blade.
And pass
Created
away
by
on
the
SA.
master swordsmith Sanjo Munechika during the late Heian period, this sword is considered one of the finest examples of traditional Japanese sword making. It is known for its subtle yet striking appearance and unparalleled balance. Historically, Mikazuki Munechika was treasured by various powerful families, passing through generations of
I
prominent
grinded there.
Japanese leaders and samurai clans. Today,
Like, fuck
this
you.
legendary sword resides safely in Tokyo's National Museum, carefully protected as a national treasure. Onimaru Hinitsu, the demon sword, has a particularly colorful tail attached. Crafted by the renowned swordsmith Kunitsumi,
I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna try a couple more times for 58, and then I'm gonna sign off, I think.
According to legend, the sword gained its fearsome name after Tokumasa used it to ward off or exorcise malevolent spirits troubling him at night. This legendary story gave the sword a powerful cultural resonance, symbolizing its ability to overcome evil. The sword was highly valued not only for its combat capabilities, but also as a protective talisman. Despite its fame, Onimaru Kunitsuna's current whereabouts are uncertain, leading some historians to speculate it may have been lost, destroyed, or remains privately held by an unknown collector. Juzumaru Tsunetsugu, crafted by the famous Smith Tsunetsugu, is historically linked with Nichiren, the influential Buddhist priest who founded Nichiren Buddhism in Japan during the 13th century. The name Juzumaru originates from Buddhist prayer beads, symbolizing spiritual protection and purity. Nichiren himself reportedly possessed or used the blade as a spiritual tool rather than a weapon, further enhancing its symbolic importance. Today the sword remains preserved at the Honkoji Temple, closely tied to the Nichiren Buddhist tradition, drawing visitors intrigued by its religious significance. Finally, Odenta Mitsuyo is perhaps the most elusive of the five heavenly swords. Forged by Mitsuyo, a renowned smith whose blades were celebrated for their strength and quality, the sword gained fame through association with prominent historical figures. One such figure, Maeda Toshio, a powerful feudal lord during the Sengoku period, was known to have possessed this sword. Records mention Odenta Mitsuyo being passed down through important families, but its exact current location remains unclear, shrouded in mystery. Scholars debate whether it survives today in a private collection or has been permanently lost due to historical upheavals. The process behind crafting these
I think it's
blades
159.
demonstrates the advanced metallurgy and careful
My leave was
craftsmanship
really
of
shit.
Japanese swordsmiths. Making a sword of this caliber required weeks or months of dedicated labor, involving meticulous selection and folding of steel, precision hammering, careful tempering, and precise polishing techniques. Each blade combines strength, flexibility, and sharpness in perfect harmony, characteristics necessary for samurai in battle. Japanese swords such as the Tenkagoken weren't merely weapons. They represented artistic masterpieces, cultural icons, and powerful status symbols. Possessing one of these swords elevated a warrior's prestige, connecting them symbolically to a lineage of legendary samurai and historical heroes. The cultural reverence for these blades persists to this day, as modern collectors and institutions recognize their historic and aesthetic value. Their mysterious status adds significantly to their allure. While Dojigiri Yasutsuna Mikazuki Munechika and Juzumaru Tsunetsugu have verified locations. Onimaru Kunitsuna and Odenta Mitsuyo remain enigmas, their fates unknown. Historical turmoil, such as civil wars, political shifts, and
Like,
natural
fuck you.
disasters likely contributed to their disappearance. Some scholars propose they remain secretly preserved in private hands or temples, while others believe they may have been lost permanently due to historical destruction or misfortune. Today, the known Tenka Goken swords are carefully preserved as national treasures within museums and temples, drawing admiration from historians, martial artists, and cultural enthusiasts. Their occasional public displays attract thousands who
Wow.
marvel at the beauty and
It's just
history
so
of these
fucking
blades
shitty.
encapsulated. The lost swords remain subjects of popular
I
interest,
think I'm doing the leave wrong
fueling
too.
ongoing interest and speculation about their whereabouts. The Tenka Goken symbolize a significant chapter in Japan's historical and cultural narrative. The swords reflect
Wow.
the nation's complex intertwining of warfare, artistry, spirituality, and mythology, uniquely encapsulating the essence of samurai culture and traditional Japanese craftsmanship. While contemporary swordsmiths still attempt to replicate the techniques and beauty of these legendary blades, the five heavenly swords stand unmatched in their historical value and cultural significance. As artifacts, they remind us of the impressive skill, discipline, and devotion Japanese swordsmiths dedicated to their craft. As symbols, they resonate strongly within Japan's collective cultural identity, reinforcing values of honor, tradition, and excellence passed down through generations. In many ways, the five heavenly swords embody Japan's timeless fascination with the art of the blade, a fascination that persists today among historians, collectors, and cultural enthusiasts worldwide. Leaving behind the legendary samurai blades of
That's way too fucking early.
we now travel across continents to Africa, specifically to Nigeria, home to one of the most fascinating yet least understood ancient societies, the Nok culture. Known primarily for their distinctive terracotta sculptures, the Nok civilization flourished in what is now central Nigeria from roughly 1500 BCE to 500 CE, placing them among the earliest known cultures in sub-Saharan Africa. The discovery of Nok artifacts occurred somewhat by accident, as often happens in archaeology. In 1928, tin miners working near the village of Nok stumbled upon something unexpected: beautifully crafted terracotta heads buried beneath layers of soil. Initially, the miners considered these sculptures merely curiosities, intriguing, but not necessarily significant. However, the importance of these artifacts became apparent over subsequent decades, as more systematic excavations began to uncover a wide variety of Nok terracotta figures throughout the region. The Nok terracotta sculptures themselves are remarkable in their craftsmanship. They predominantly depict human heads, busts, and occasionally full figures, displaying exaggerated features such as almond-shaped eyes, broad noses, detailed hairstyles, and elaborate jewelry. Some of the figures possess serene expressions, while others have more enigmatic or intense gazes. This variety gives each sculpture an individual personality, showcasing the artistic sophistication and technical skill of Nok artisans. It's easy to appreciate these artifacts for their visual elegance alone, yet their significance runs deeper, particularly in what they reveal about the society that produced them. Historically, the Nok civilization inhabited an area rich in resources, notably iron. Recent archaeological findings suggest that Nok people were among the earliest iron smelting communities in sub-Saharan Africa, making them key players in the region's development and technological advancement. They utilized iron tools for agriculture, hunting, and daily life, activities that would have allowed the Nok population to thrive for many generations. Despite clear evidence of technical skill and cultural sophistication, much about the Nok culture remains uncertain, largely because of limited archaeological context. Many sculptures have been recovered as isolated finds, separated from their original settings, which makes it challenging for archaeologists to interpret their intended use. Excavations typically reveal scattered artifacts, without clear connections to specific buildings or ceremonial sites, leaving experts guessing about their original function. Some scholars speculate that Nok terracotta served a religious or ritualistic purpose, possibly depicting ancestral spirits, deities, or revered community figures. The stylized nature of the sculptures, emphasizing prominent facial features, could reflect cultural ideas of beauty, spiritual power, or social status. The frequent depiction of elaborate hairstyles and jewelry might also indicate a hierarchical society with clearly defined roles, positions, or classes. However, without written records or clear archaeological context, these interpretations remain theories rather than
It'd be nice if it actually like locked in on the person I was
Nok
fucking aiming at.
artists seem to have deliberately placed holes or perforations in various figures, particularly around the mouth, nose, and ears. This intriguing design element might indicate practical use, such as ventilation during the firing process, or perhaps a symbolic function, linking these terracotta figures to practices involving offerings, rituals, or ceremonies. Unfortunately, definitive answers remain elusive due to the lack of concrete archaeological evidence. Another fascinating aspect of Nok culture.
Yeah, but if we got
involves
internet though,
advanced
Sailor Curse, we have
ironworking
internet
technology.
now.
Archaeologists
Wireless
have uncovered
internet.
furnaces and slag deposits
I had to
dating
reduce
back to around
the
500
quality of my
BC,
stream, but it's okay.
providing clear evidence of early
Fuck you.
iron smelting. This technological advancement likely had a profound impact on agriculture, warfare, and daily life, making the Nok people influential throughout West Africa. Still, despite the clear evidence of ironworking, there's little to suggest exactly how iron technology influenced Nok's cultural or artistic developments, including their terracotta creations. Interestingly, the Nok civilization seems to have disappeared quite abruptly
So shit.
around 500 CE,
Oh,
leaving
fucking
behind
such
only
shit,
scattered
fucking shit.
artifacts. Various theories attempt to explain this sudden disappearance. Some historians propose environmental factors, such as prolonged drought or climate shifts, might have forced migrations or disrupted agricultural production, leading to societal collapse. Others speculate internal conflict, epidemics, or external pressures from neighboring communities as potential causes. However, concrete evidence supporting any single explanation remains sparse. The limited archaeological records surrounding Nok society also raises questions about how they managed to sustain their culture and economy over such an extended period. Their artistic style remained remarkably consistent across centuries, indicating a stable, cohesive community with strong cultural traditions. Yet, despite the evident sophistication of their terracotta sculptures and advanced ironworking technology, almost nothing is known about Nok governance, social organization, or religious beliefs. The absence of written language or clear archaeological structures complicates attempts at comprehensive historical reconstruction. In recent decades, archaeologists have employed new methods to gain insight into Nok culture. Excavations now use advanced technologies, such as remote sensing, detailed soil analysis, and dating techniques, in hopes of better understanding Nok settlements and artifact contexts. Although these efforts have produced valuable insights, like evidence of residential and communal structures, many questions remain unanswered. Today, Nok artifacts are carefully preserved and displayed prominently in museums around the world, particularly in Nigeria's National Museum in Lagos.
Like, fuck
They
you.
hold significant
Like, fuck
cultural
you.
importance, representing some of the earliest examples of sub-Saharan African art and craftsmanship. International recognition of Nok terracottas as vital pieces of world heritage has elevated awareness and appreciation of African ancient history and artistic contributions globally. Moreover, the Nok civilization's artistic influence might have persisted long after its disappearance. Researchers point to stylistic similarities between the Nok sculptures and later West African, particularly those produced by the Yoruba, Benin, and Igbo peoples. This continuity suggests that Nok's cultural and artistic traditions could have influenced subsequent generations, directly or indirectly, shaping West African artistic heritage. Yet despite modern research, the Nok civilization largely remains a historical mystery. Its artifacts are recognized internationally for their artistic quality, but their creators remain unidentified. With no written records and limited archaeological context, historians and archaeologists continued piecing together evidence, hoping to eventually reveal more about this fascinating ancient society. From the ancient terracotta sculptures of the Nox civilization in Africa, we journey back across continents and seas to a discovery made deep beneath the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Near the
Like, get
small Greek
fucked.
island of Antikythera, sponge
Like,
divers
fuck
uncovered
off.
something extraordinary, a remarkable artifact now famously known as the Antikythera mechanism. This enigmatic object has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and engineers alike since its unexpected discovery, representing one of the most astonishing examples of ancient technological engineering. The story of the Antikythera mechanism begins in the spring of 1900, when a group of Greek sponge divers encountered a violent storm off Antikythera Island. Seeking shelter, they anchored near the island's coast. While diving, they stumbled upon an underwater wreck that appeared ancient, filled with scattered bronze and marble artifacts lying amongst rocky crevices. The wreck was soon confirmed to be a Roman-era ship, probably sunk around 70 to 60 BCE while transporting valuable Greek
Come
cargo,
on, man.
including statues, luxury items, and bronze objects destined for the Roman elite. Among the retrieved artifacts, one particular object stood out, initially dismissed as a corroded bronze lump. It wasn't until months later that researchers recognized this artifact's significance. Upon closer examination, this lump of corroded metal revealed intricate gears, dials, and inscriptions. It was clear the object was not merely decorative or ceremonial. It was mechanical, deliberately engineered, and astonishingly sophisticated. The device became known as the Antikythera mechanism, widely considered the world's earliest known analog computer. At first glance, this device appears somewhat unassuming, especially after centuries underwater left it heavily encrusted and damaged. But beneath corrosion layers lay an intricate network of interlocking bronze gears, carefully crafted and astonishingly precise. These gears were not simply decorative, they were meticulously engineered to calculate celestial movements and astronomical phenomena, making it a complex and surprisingly accurate astronomical calculator. Historical studies place the mechanism's creation between 150 and 100 BCE, the time when ancient Greece had reached remarkable scientific heights driven by curiosity and exploration. This was the era of Greek thinkers like Hipparchus and Archimedes, whose profound contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and engineering greatly influenced subsequent civilizations. Though direct evidence linking the Antikythera mechanism to a specific inventor remains elusive, historians speculate it may have originated from the Hellenistic scientific tradition centered around the Greek islands or major centers of knowledge,
Good.
such as Alexandria or Rhodes. The device itself, once clean and carefully studied, proved astonishingly complex, far beyond what historians had previously thought possible for its time. Researchers using advanced imaging techniques, including X-ray computed tomography, revealed over 30 interlocking bronze gears.
Oh, come the fuck on.
These gears were designed to predict the movements of the sun, moon, and known planets, to track lunar phases, eclipses, and even to model the complex irregularities in the lunar orbit, demonstrating an impressive grasp of astronomical knowledge and mechanical engineering. On its front face, the Antikythera mechanism had dials marking zodiac positions, months, and lunar phases. On its back, additional dials and scales allowed users to track solar and lunar eclipses and calculate the timing of significant ancient Greek events, such as the Olympic Games. Remarkably, the inscriptions on its dials were written in Greek, providing instructions and explanations of how the device operated, confirming it as an advanced educational and practical tool, rather than merely an ornamental object. Yet, despite understanding its
Whatever.
mechanical complexity and astronomical accuracy, questions about the Antikythera mechanism's purpose and intended use.
I think this is the last run. It's like 3
Scholars
a.m.
generally agree it functioned
I'm gonna go to bed.
as a sophisticated astronomical calculator.
I'm working way too
possibly
hard for
intended
this fucking
for
stupid
teaching
ass
astronomy,
time.
navigation, or even astrology. Some historians speculate it was designed to help seafarers and travelers predict celestial phenomena for practical navigation. Others propose a ceremonial or educational use, perhaps as a demonstration of advanced Greek scientific achievements and an instrument for instructing students about astronomy. Comparisons to similar artifacts or historical accounts offer limited clarity. Although ancient texts occasionally describe mechanical or astronomical devices, such as Archimedes' famed sphere or references by Cicero to similar Greek instruments, no other ancient artifact resembling the complexity of the Antikythera mechanism has ever been found.
This fucking game really
This
sucks, man.
uniqueness adds
Like a lot.
significance to its mystery, prompting
This
questions
level
about whether
sucks.
such mechanical knowledge was widespread or limited to a specialized group of Greek craftsmen and scholars.
Like this level really
The
sucks.
historical context of the Hellenistic world at the time provides valuable insights into who might have designed and crafted the Antikythera mechanism. Alexandria in Egypt, home to the famous library and museum, was a center of scientific and technological innovation where scholars freely exchanged knowledge. Rhodes, another important intellectual hub known for advanced craftsmanship and maritime trade, also remains a potential candidate for the mechanism's origin. The device's craftsmanship suggests its creators possessed an advanced understanding of both astronomy and engineering, indicating a collaboration between astronomers, mathematicians, and skilled artisans. However, despite identifying possible cultural and historical contexts, the exact inventor or workshop responsible remains uncertain. Historical records from the period mention skilled craftsmen and inventors, but none explicitly identify the Antikythera mechanism. Without clear documentation or additional artifacts from the same workshop, historians can only speculate based on circumstantial evidence. The Antikythera mechanism also raises fascinating questions about the broader impact and survival of ancient Greek technological knowledge. Its existence suggests that mechanical devices and analog calculators were more advanced and widespread in ancient Greece than previously understood. Some historians propose that similar
Holy
devices
fuck,
existed
finally.
but have been lost over time due to corrosion, recycling of valuable bronze materials, or historical upheaval. Others consider it possible that such mechanical and astronomical knowledge gradually faded from common usage, overshadowed by societal changes or historical disruptions. Today, the Antikythera mechanism is carefully
What's with this
preserved
KF7
as a
bullshit,
national
yo? Like,
archaeological
fuck you.
where it remains a highly
fuck you.
extensive collection. Museum visitors frequently marvel at the intricacy of its gears and the astonishing scientific
I hate this fucking
sophistication of
game,
ancient
man.
Greek civilization. Scholars and historians continue studying.
Wow, we actually got it. It's a fucking miracle. I think it's a good way to end this fucking goddamn cursed stream. Alright. Thank you for watching. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna sign off. It's 3 a.m. We do weightlifting streams soon. We'll play more Goldeneye soon. Let's see who's online.
Allowing contemporary audiences to appreciate firsthand the remarkable capabilities of ancient Greek science and engineering. Despite extensive research and reconstruction efforts, key mysteries remain surrounding the Antikythera mechanism. Who precisely invented and constructed this ancient computer? How widespread was its use in ancient Greek society, and why haven't similar devices been discovered elsewhere?
Bolts, big
Such
CB.
unanswered questions continue inspiring further research, archaeological exploration, and academic debate. Ultimately, the Antikythera mechanism symbolizes ancient Greece's advanced scientific achievements and sophisticated engineering capabilities. This artifact, though corroded and fragmented, offers undeniable that the ancients possessed technical knowledge previously underestimated by modern historians. Shifting our focus from the sophisticated gears and celestial mysteries of ancient Greece's Antikythera mechanism, we now arrive on the island of Crete, a Mediterranean crossroads rich in history and archaeological